Crying in Dreams. Written and read by Jerry Hart. Part 1. Chapter 1. It was the earthquake that woke Adam Young up. At first he wasn't even sure there was an earthquake. It was so silent. He'd only noticed his bed and ceiling fan shaking slightly, so slightly that it seemed like an afterthought. His TV, which rested fairly comfortably on a rectangular center speaker that was part of a respectable 7.1 sound system, also rocked about. It looked close to falling off that speaker, but it managed to hang on. That speaker, which he considered the most important because that's where the dialogue came from, had been bought years after the others, which were a high school graduation present from 17 years prior. But with the advances in home theater technology, Adam couldn't help but slowly upgrade his system. He lay on the rocking bed, staring at the rocking ceiling fan. There was still no sound, so waking up to this was a little disorienting. He sat up in the bed, his heart racing. "What the hell is happening?" he asked the room. The room, being a typical asshole, didn't answer. It just kept on shaking. Adam jumped from the bed and opened his door. He was greeted by his roommate down the hall, who was also leaving his room. "Am I that high?" Kendall said. "Or is this place shaking?" "Both," Adam said. He could smell and see the smoke wafting from his roommate's room. Kendall was a typical 35-year-old stoner who had tried many times to turn Adam into the same thing. But alas, Adam was just an average boy of the same age. He'd only tried weed once, the year before, and it did nothing for him. Well, it almost killed him. He'd taken a huge gulp from the bong and then swallowed the smoke all at once, as per Kendall's instructions. Little did he know that Kendall had been pranking him. Adam had coughed for 30 seconds straight, tears streaming down his cheeks, unable to get a breath. That was the reason he didn't like cigarettes either. Bad experiences were great deterrents. But Adam didn't have time to think of how much he hated cigarettes of any kind. He had to figure out why the townhouse was shaking like a bastard. A crash came from his room. "Damn it, my CD tower fell." Kendall snorted. "What's a CD?" "It's the thing all your precious video games are on," Adam said as he walked down the curved staircase to the living room. Even though they were the same age, Kendall liked to feign ignorance of old technology. Adam didn't understand why, nor did he care for it. The tremor was still happening when the two reached the living room. A young woman stepped out of the adjoining bedroom at the same time and looked around curiously. What the hell is happening?" Tori asked. "Is this an earthquake?" Adam nodded to his second roommate. Tori was the opposite of Kendall in that she avoided drugs and took care of herself, except for the occasional cigarette. Adam liked to think he was the happy medium between the two. He didn't do drugs, but he didn't work out either. Looking at Tori, he wished he did. She wore a tank top and shorts that showed off her lean muscles. Adam was soft, but not fat, all around, and Kendall was rail thin, nothing but bones and flesh. The first time Adam met Tori, 3 months prior, she had crushed his hand in a vice-like grip. The moment the three roommates stepped into the center of the room, the tremor stopped. The lamp next to the futon wobbled slightly and was the only evidence that anything had happened at all. "That was wild," Kendall said with a laugh. "That was my first earthquake." "Riveting," Adam said sarcastically. "So riveting," Kendall added, as if trying to outdo his roommate in the sarcasm department. Is it still happening?" The townhouse was quiet, save for the electric hum of the refrigerator in the tiny, enclosed kitchen just outside Tori's bedroom. Nothing was shaking either. The ultimate indicator. "Now I have to pick up all my CDs," Adam said to break the silence. Switch to MP3s, man, Kendall said as he took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. They'll change your life. He headed toward Tori's room to get to the back porch. Tori and Adam followed. Adam was the only one in the house who didn't smoke, but he liked to join anyway. It was quality roommate time, the three of them standing on the tiny porch that shared a fence with the landlady's porch next door, catching up or discussing current events. Adam always stood upwind. The January air was chilly, and he wished he'd put on a jacket first. He didn't feel like running back inside, though, so he crossed his arms and sat in a lawn chair. Tori and Kendall lit their cigarettes. "I'll bet it's all that fracking," Tori said. "Earthquakes have increased in Texas and Oklahoma over the years." "What the frack?" Adam joked as he pulled his phone out and searched for news. He looked up when his roommates didn't laugh. "Screw you, girlie. That was funny." "I didn't say anything," Tori said, her hands raised as if she were getting arrested. "Yeah, it was fracking funny," Kendall said as he blew smoke away from Adam. "Find anything?" "Nothing on Google yet, but Facebook is blowing up. We're not the only ones who felt it." "Where did it originate?" Tori asked. "Some are saying Cleburne. It was less subtle there." "Goddamn oil drillers, man," Kendall said after a long drag. Adam shook his head and zoned out. He didn't care about politics, and he especially wasn't a fan of Kendall's weed-induced rants. It was all just white noise. Instead, he thought of the job orientation he had to go to in a few hours. He'd been without a job for 2 months after being fired from a popular shipping facility that shall not be named. He then got a foot in the door for a security company. All he had to do was attend an orientation at their headquarters in Dallas. Seeing as he lived in downtown Fort Worth, he had nearly an hour-long drive ahead of him. He planned to leave a couple of hours before orientation, just in case. He was responsible in his old age. Adam looked at his phone's clock. 4:15 a.m. Orientation was at 9. He wondered whether he should attempt to go back to sleep or just stay up. He browsed his list of downloaded ASMR videos. Ear cleaning, Reiki, head scratching. His eyelids grew heavy just imagining watching these. He'd stumbled across ASMR a few weeks ago, shortly after losing his job. They had the tremendous effect of calming him, and he loved discovering new artists. Ear cleaning role plays were his favorite. Watching them with earbuds made him feel like he was the one getting the cleaning. Adam was about to close the YouTube app when a video's thumbnail caught his eye. Want to go back in time? Chapter 2. He clicked on the video, but paused it and read the description instead. "I know you won't believe this, but I've discovered a way to travel back in time. Watch video for instructions." Adam snorted. Clearly this was just clickbait. The video would probably be mostly silent, only to introduce a jump scare at the end. The video only had 700 views, surprisingly. Adam was tempted to watch it, but he didn't want to reward the poster with another view. The video was only a minute long, though. What would be the harm in checking? "I'm nervous as hell being out here," he heard Kendall say. Adam looked up. "Why?" Kendall nodded to the back porch behind Adam. "I don't want the landlady coming out here again to tell me we're behind on rent." Adam laughed. "As I recall, I was the one who got the firm talking to when I took the trash out last week. Scared the shit out of me." He looked to his right, down the length of the complex. The townhouses consisted of 2 long buildings, set side by side and separated by a single lane. Adam and his friends were at the front of one of those buildings, next to a landlady's townhouse. Suffice to say, they ran into her a lot. Adam found out, after he'd moved in, that Tori and Kendall had a nice collection of eviction notices by the front door. But Adam didn't run for the hills, despite the voice in the back of his mind telling him to. He met Kendall in a filmmaking class a year ago, and the two had hit it off. They had completely different tastes in films, however. Adam loved horror movies and blockbusters, whereas Kendall preferred independent films. Adam discovered quite a few gems thanks to his roommate and their once-a-month trips to the Angelica in Dallas. But something had to be done about the rent. "How much do we owe again?" Tori asked. $2,000, Kendall said. "What are we going to do about that?" Adam asked nervously. He suddenly wanted to watch that video now. Watching someone's crappy video seemed like a way to alleviate the shame he felt for not chipping in. "I'm looking for a second job," Tori said. "Me too," Kendall added. Neither looked at Adam. "I'm sorry, guys," Adam said quietly. "Dude, don't worry about it," Kendall said. "Your orientation is in a few hours. Soon you'll be rolling in cash. We'll catch up on the back rent." "I hope so," Adam murmured. "What do you keep looking at?" Tori asked as she tried to look at his phone screen. Some asshole posted a video saying they've discovered the secret to time travel. "Time travel?" Kendall asked. "But that's impossible." "No," Adam said with faux shock. "You don't say." Kendall flipped him off. "Are you going to watch?" "No, I don't feel guilty anymore." "What?" Adam laughed. "Nothing." "I would kill to go back in time," Tori chimed in. "I'd make so many different choices." "Like what?" Adam asked. "I would have finished college." "You're only 34, Kendall said. "You can always go back." "I know, but I'm too lazy now. Back then I had the momentum. I would have kept it going. Now, though, it would feel like starting over." "Are you telling me," Adam said, "that someone as fit as you is too tired to start moving again?" "My body is fit. My mind, on the other hand." She made a fart sound with her mouth. Adam and Kendall snickered. "Same here," Kendall said. "My motivation is shit right now." "Probably because of all that weed," Adam said. "Probably," Kendall agreed. "What can you do?" Adam thought about his own stint in college. He'd gone off and on over the past 17 years, same as Kendall. They'd both quit recently, opting to skip the spring semester. Kendall had pretty much only taken filmmaking classes, whereas Adam had tried his hand at the sciences. He'd planned on becoming an electrical engineer, but math and science hadn't agreed with him. He did enjoy the college atmosphere, however. The labs, the research, the classmates. He almost wanted to go back just for all of that. Almost. "What would you do?" Adam asked Kendall. "If you could go back in time." "Nothing, man. I'm chill as a cucumber. No regrets." He took one last drag of his cigarette and then asked, "What about you?" Adam looked at him and said, "I'd spend more time with my dad before he died." Chapter 3. Adam could take the cold no longer, so he went back inside. He'd left his roommates with a doozy of a final statement. They had known what had happened to his dad. He'd told them during his first week here during a drinking game, but hadn't meant to be so blunt and then walk away. He wasn't a dramatic person by nature. In fact, he hated reading his friends' dramatic Facebook posts and refrained from posting such things. That damn video, it got him thinking, and he hated that. He liked to think he was as well adjusted as he was, due only to the fact he didn't obsess over what happened when he was a kid. He walked up the curved stairs and stepped into his room. The first thing he saw was his CD tower tipped over at the foot of his bed. His CD jewel cases cascaded across the floor. Well, the top half of the tower had expelled the cases. The bottom half were still in their slots and were holding up the tower at an angle. Adam went to work. A few minutes later, Kendall knocked on his door. "You okay?" Adam sighed. "Yeah, I feel like I'm picking up this damn tower every month. Maybe I should switch to MP3s. He laughed. Kendall stood in the doorway silently for a moment, and then said, "But you still won't, will you?" "Absolutely not," Adam said immediately. They laughed. "CDs sound slightly better because the audio isn't compressed, and I love the inserts that come with them. I like knowing who recorded and mixed the music. I like seeing the names of the orchestra members." Kendall shook his head. "You're such a nerd." "And proud of it." Kendall sat down across from him and helped him with the CDs. "I meant, are you okay about the other thing?" Adam looked at the CD in his hand, the soundtrack to Jurassic Park. He remembered the day he bought it, at Walmart in 1993. He hadn't even had a CD player at the time, but he'd just discovered CDs and desperately wanted this very CD to act as the transition from cassettes. "Sometimes I wonder," he said, "what I would do if I found the person who killed my dad." "I can't believe they never caught the guy." "It was the 90s, Adam said sarcastically. Things were different. He could tell by his friend's expression that Kendall didn't know whether to laugh or not. Adam grinned. Kendall did the same. "I can see why that time travel thing is so appealing," Kendall said. "You'd go back and prevent your dad's murder." "Not exactly," Adam said, and was surprised by his words. "Changing something that significant would probably affect the present in ways I can't possibly predict." He said those words as if reciting them from something. Was it from a movie? Probably. He shoved a few CDs into the rack. "If anything, I'd probably go back and find out who killed him, then come back to the present and tell the cops." "You'd tell the cops you're a time traveler?" Kendall asked skeptically. "No, asshole." Adam pretended to throw a CD, the Labyrinth soundtrack, at him. "I would track down the killer in the present and call in an anonymous tip or something." "Simple and effective." Kendall tapped his chin with his index finger. "So, are you going to watch the video and see how to go about traveling through time?" Adam's phone lay on the end of his bed, within arm's reach. He stared at it for way too long. "I'll let you get ready for your orientation," Kendall said. His voice startled Adam. Kendall stood and left the room. Adam stayed on the floor and realized his CD tower had been restored. He felt weird just then, having remembered the night his father was murdered in 1996. He trudged over to his closet to pick out an outfit. He hadn't showered in 2 days, and he felt sticky and smelled sweaty. He wore his favorite jeans now, ones that made his legs look slimmer than they actually were. He toyed with the idea of wearing them again. He doubted anyone would smell them. Luckily, he wore a t-shirt that he wasn't attached to. He plucked a striped black and white shirt from the rack and tossed it on the bed. He then turned back to the closet, where his laptop sat on a makeshift stand made up of boxes. A cheap microphone was attached to it. Adam stared at it wistfully before he turned away and started his shower. He still had hours to kill before the orientation, so he returned to the closet, sat down on the lawn chair set up in front of the laptop, and sighed. Should I or shouldn't I? He asked no one. Now was the prime time to do it, while the world slept and his surroundings were quiet. I should. He grabbed the manuscript, booted up the laptop, and opened the recording software. A few years ago, he discovered a manuscript his father had written before he died. Adam hadn't known his dad was a writer, and was delighted when he found out. Adam was fond of books, and liked to think he got that from his dad. His father had only written one novel, a thriller, and Adam loved it so much that he'd read it several times over the years. In fact, he wanted to share the book with the world. Not only had he converted it to an e-book and published it online, he was also in the process of narrating the audiobook. His mother had loved the idea when he pitched it to her. She hadn't read the manuscript, as she deemed it too painful, but claimed it was made special when read aloud by her son. She tuned into his YouTube channel every week to hear the next chapter. He had a lot of weeks ahead because out of the 20 chapters, he was only on 8. He spent 20 minutes recording, another 20 editing out the bad takes, then converted it to a video complete with a simple cover he created himself. He then posted the video on his channel. While on the site, he saw the thumbnail for that time-traveling video again. He stared at it for a while, but again resisted watching it. For now. Chapter 4. It was finally time to leave. Adam's heart pounded for some reason. There was no reason to be nervous. He already had the job, but he hated corporate buildings. They made him feel insignificant every time he stepped into one. He walked out the front door, waving to his roommates as he did so. Kendall was spread out on the futon, and Tori was playing World of Warcraft on the computer in a corner of the living room. The cold air chilled Adam again as he walked to his truck parked on the long lane that separated the 2 units of townhouses. He immediately turned on the heat. He'd had this beat-up '98 Chevy for 14 years, and it did nothing but cause him grief, but he still loved it. It had a standard transmission his grandfather had taught him to drive shortly before he passed away. Adam moved to Texas shortly after his father's death, leaving his mother in Georgia. Dad's death had been overwhelming for her, so much so that she suggested Adam live with her parents for a while. That decision didn't make much sense to him when he was 16, but at 35, he felt he understood. Mom had been extremely depressed and had found it very difficult to raise Adam on her own. The move was meant to be temporary, but he had gotten so used to living here, had made so many friends, that he didn't want to leave after he graduated high school. Mom understood. She pretty much had to, considering this was her idea in the first place. It had been difficult leaving his best friend, Ollie, however. They met as kids in the mid-'80s and had been inseparable. Adam chuckled. He hadn't thought of Ollie in a while. Now that he thought about it, he grew nostalgic for his life in the '90s. The bowling league he joined, the trips to the laundromat arcade with Ollie, karate lessons. But he also had great memories of his time here. Living with his grandparents had been a little difficult at first due to the fact they were so old. Adam suddenly shook himself. He was still sitting in front of the townhouse, and had been doing so for 5 minutes. He still had 2 hours until orientation, but he hated that he'd gotten so distracted. He grabbed a CD carrying case from behind his seat, pulled out the soundtrack to Underworld, and popped it into the player. It was a winter tradition to listen to this series' soundtracks. They brought back memories of simpler times. Whenever he listened to the first movie's soundtrack, he was automatically transported to 2003. That was the year Grandpa had given him this truck, taught him how to drive stick shift. Adam smiled as he put the truck in first gear and drove away from the townhouse. Chapter 5. The drive to Dallas was cold and lonely, and dark. It was 5 in the morning, and the freeway was blessedly free of traffic. Adam's heater blew lukewarm air into the truck, so he pulled his coat tighter about himself under the seatbelt. He was starting to get sleepy. The Underworld soundtrack wasn't exactly a quiet one, but it did have some soothing atmospheric tracks that were working their magic on him. Adam stared out the windows as he passed numerous construction spots on and off the freeway. He passed countless businesses and wondered if they were hiring. Restaurants, warehouses, movie theaters, the variety was dizzying. But no, he already had a job lined up. Though he knew the company he would be working for, he didn't know where they would place him. The company had numerous contracts with different sites, ranging from tire stores to Walmarts. Even the shipping company he'd worked for had security, and Adam laughed when he thought of being sent there with slightly more authority than he'd had before. Nearly an hour after leaving the townhouse, he realized his exit was fast approaching. He snapped out of his thoughts and took the exit, which brought him to a depressingly industrial area with horribly cracked roads that played havoc on his tires and suspension. He checked his phone's GPS and saw the company's headquarters were somewhere on his right. Since the sun was still down, Adam couldn't see his destination yet. He turned right on the damaged road and kept straight. After a few seconds, he saw the building. It was 10 stories, and though it was right off the freeway, it still seemed lonely, like a lost toy in the farthest corner of a closet. Adam pulled into the parking lot and drove to what he hoped was the correct side of the building. The GPS told him to come over here anyway. There were a couple of cars and a bunch of company vans and trucks. The security company clearly shared the building with other businesses. Adam parked and turned off the engine. He was an hour early and patted himself on the back for punctuality. And then punched himself for it as well. Now what was he supposed to do while he waited? For about 10 minutes, he watched deliveries being made to a 1-story building next door. Adam didn't consider himself a people watcher, but he could see the appeal. After he got bored watching vans come and go, he remembered all the YouTube videos he had downloaded but hadn't yet watched. He pulled up the app and scrolled through the selections. There were a few Let's Plays he downloaded a month ago. Adam was the kind of guy who preferred to watch people play video games rather than play them himself. He hadn't always been that way, though. In his teens and 20s, he was all about games. He refused to chalk it up to getting older, however. He just didn't have the patience to invest in a long, difficult, interactive story. That was why he preferred books. Watching someone else do all the hard work for him fit his new lifestyle. Suddenly, he wondered if his tastes would change 10 years from now, or 20. He watched one of his favorite personalities play one of the month's newest games until 20 minutes before orientation. He walked up the steps to the door only to realize it was an employee entrance that could only be accessed with a key card. He sighed and made his way around the building, to the other side. The sky was slowly brightening. He walked through a pair of doors that were blessedly unlocked and scanned a directory by the elevators until he found the room number for his company. It was right down the hall. Adam saw through the glass wall that the suite was dark and unoccupied. There was a receptionist desk just inside, behind a partition, and a door next to it. He couldn't see much past that. "Wow," he said. "I showed up before the employees. Goddamn punctuality." He walked back to the directory and sat on a bench across from the elevators. He waited as other people entered the building and went about their business. An old woman sat next to him. After a minute of awkward silence, the woman said, "You here for the security job?" "Yes, ma'am." "Me too." Adam studied her without being obvious. The woman had to be in her 80s, with a gray t-shirt tucked into her stomach-high jeans. She tipped a black baseball cap to Adam and revealed a bush of wild gray hair. "Was with another company for 30 damn years," she said. "Then they go bankrupt just like that." She snapped her fingers. "Lucky they transfer me to this company, no questions asked. Just gotta fill in the paperwork to make it official. Same happen to you?" Adam laughed. "I wish. No, I worked for a shipping company. I was a sorter. I got into an argument with a truck driver who looks like Yosemite Sam." "Argument about what?" the woman asked. "It was dumb. I'm embarrassed even thinking about it. He sighed. And I'm embarrassed that I haven't introduced myself. I'm Tabret. She offered a wrinkled hand. Adam Young. He shook it, noting it was warm and soft. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want, Tabret said. You seem like a nice, respectable young man, and I've always hated Yosemite Sam, so I'm sure that driver had it coming. Whatever it was. Thank you. Adam studied her for a few seconds. She seemed friendly enough. One night, I was on break with some other sorters, just standing outside the lobby and minding our own business, when Yosemite stands near us and smokes a cigarette. The smoke kept blowing in my face, no matter where I stood. I got the feeling he knew it and didn't bother helping me out. So I politely asked him if he could smoke somewhere else, since he was alone and the four of us were there first. Then he said, You seem uptight. You could probably use a little smoke to calm your nerves. Then, out of nowhere, I said that my dad died from lung cancer, which isn't true, but I said it anyway, and that I would never smoke. Yosemite just stared at me for a long time, like he was trying to gauge whether or not I was telling the truth. Then he said, Cigarettes didn't kill him. His disappointment in you did. Tabret gasped. No, he didn't. Adam grinned. Oh, yes, he did. What did you do? I'll bet you smacked him a good one. No, ma'am. I've never hit anyone in my life. I, called him the C word. The C word? What's that? Adam blushed. He couldn't believe he was talking like this to an old woman. It rhymes with runt. Tabret's eyes went wide. My, oh my, she laughed. I'll bet he didn't take too kindly to that. He sure didn't. He told my manager, and to be honest, I don't think they liked me much and were just looking for an excuse to get rid of me. Lucky I have a friend who hooked me up with this company. Lucky indeed. A few comfortably silent seconds went by before she said, Why did you lie about your father? It was only partly a lie. He is dead, but not from lung cancer. I only said that to put the fear into him, make him too scared to smoke ever again. Not that I care what happens to him. Deep down, I was hoping he would spend countless nights hating himself for smoking all these years. Devious, Tabret said, though she sounded like she approved. I'm sorry to hear about your father. If you don't mind me asking, how did he pass? Adam looked away from her, suddenly taking an interest in the elevators. 2 young women passed, but he ignored them. He was murdered when I was 14. Oh dear, that's terrible. No shit, Adam said before he could stop himself. Sorry, it's just that I was suddenly reminded of him a few hours ago and have been in a mood since. I understand. I was the same way when my husband died. Sorry to hear that, if you don't mind me asking. It wasn't murder that done him, unless you can call Father Time a murderer. Adam thought about something for a second before saying, If you could go back in time, would you do anything different? She slowly turned to him, one eyebrow raised. That's an interesting question, but what could I possibly do differently? I wouldn't be able to stop him from aging. I know, but if you ever did or said something to him that you regretted, would you take it back? Tabret looked into the distance and thought about it. In that case, I suppose there are some things I would do differently. What about you? I would spend more time with my dad, Adam said. After he and my mom divorced, I sort of drifted away from him. He suddenly stopped talking and didn't know why. Tabret seemed to understand, however. That sounds like a great reason to go back, She patted his lap and then stood up. I should be going. Adam was confused for a moment. Aren't you going to fill out the paperwork? She stopped and smiled at him. Not today. She headed around the corner toward the double doors. A moment later, the orientation guy showed up and called Adam back to the suite, where they spent 6 hours filling out paperwork, watching training videos, and taking a drug test. The orientation guy even ordered them a pizza. Overall, it was pleasant. But the moment Adam got home, he went to sleep and didn't wake up until 6 p.m. He then drove to a mall 15 minutes away, just off the freeway. This was the site he'd been assigned. It was an old mall he used to go to a lot when he first moved here, but it had been hit when a newer and better mall was built on the other side of the freeway. Adam was depressed by this, but at least it was close and allowed him to pay rent. It would be 3 weeks before he even thought of watching that time traveler's video. Chapter 6. The man approached the mall, not knowing why. He was just drawn to it, to the people inside. Something was going on in this place, and the man wanted to find out what. It was night, and no one noticed him as he walked into one of the 4 entrances. This one was near the movie theater, which was now closed for good. The grills were nearly all the way down, the inside lobby pitch black. At this late hour, the mall was not very busy. It wasn't busy during the day either. This place was on its last legs, it seemed. The building was long and narrow, shops on either side. On each end was a department store, both also closed. The man could see a Macy's or Sears or something to his right. Down at that end was some kind of light show. Green lasers and fog billowed up from a particular store on the right. The man now realized what had drawn him here. It was a horror movie convention of some kind, local with no celebrities or anyone else who mattered, just displays and merchandise and fans. A group of teens passed him, made up of 2 boys and 1 girl. The girl was locking arms with one of the guys, and she was dragging him to the horror store. The man followed the group as if he belonged with the kids. The man watched the group stand outside the store, a dark arch serving as the entrance, draped with black curtains. They ducked into the store, and, a moment later, the man followed. Inside, there were displays set up next to each other. There were more lasers, not just green, but red and blue as well. And even more fog. The man looked at one display in particular. It was for a movie he enjoyed as a kid, a long time ago. A TV was set up for the display, showing footage from the horror flick. There was merchandise scattered in front, toys and masks and fake knives. The man looked over to the group he had followed, saw them make their way to the rear of the dark store. An hour passed, and the mall closed for the night. The shoppers were gone, except for the trio of teens, who finally left the storeroom where they had hidden. The man watched from behind a curtain by one of the displays as they approached the glass door of the store. "We're locked in," one of the guys said, worried. "No, we're not," said the girl. "I used to work here. The lock is broken, see?" She pushed on the door, and a loud click followed. The man watched them walk into the main area of the mall, but the door didn't close behind them. He made to follow them, not knowing why. He just wanted to be near them. The door clicked after him, echoing down the long stretch of mall. The man leapt behind a fountain just as one of the boys said, "What was that?" "The door probably didn't close all the way when we left," said the girl. They continued on their way. The man could hear their footsteps, and he stood to follow once again. The lights were as dim as they were when he arrived at the mall, but now there were no lasers or fog. The entire building was so quiet. "What about security?" the girl's boyfriend asked.
Rosie barely gets her fat ass out of the office over there.
The girl pointed to the right, behind the food court.
She usually starts her rounds after 2, so we have at least 4 hours to ourselves. The guy who's on now already did his last rounds, and Rosie will be here at midnight.
They should have never fired you, one of the guys said. This was the first thing he'd said since leaving the horror store. He seemed like the third wheel, shy and out of place. The trio passed the food court, heading toward the department store at the other end. The man could see it from where he was, a large black opening. There were no security gates or doors. It was open to anyone from inside the mall. The man could see an escalator as he drew closer. He tried to catch up to the trio. He was tired of being alone. Though he was older than them, he figured they would invite him along. He was, like them, someone looking for a little fun in an empty building. He just wanted to greet them, to be friendly to them. The girl was pretty. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail, her jeans tight, showing off her wonderful curves. The tail swished from side to side as she bounced down the mall. She kept her boyfriend's arm around her shoulders, laughing at something he said. The other boy looked around at their dim surroundings. He seemed nervous.
"By the way," the girl said, "I wasn't fired. I was laid off. This whole building is getting bulldozed in a year or so."
"Whatever, Trish," said Third Wheel, almost looking back at the man following them. "I really don't think we should be in here."
"Jesus, Danny, if you didn't want to come, you should have stayed home. You're an embarrassment of a brother,"
boyfriend said. Danny fell back from the group a little.
"You're an asshole, Marcus,"
Trish said to her boyfriend. She looked back to Danny, probably to see if he was okay. That was when she noticed something behind them. She gasped and broke from her boyfriend's embrace. The boys turned. The man turned as well, though he wasn't sure what they were looking at. He thought he heard something from near the food court, but it was dim down there. Laughter. That's what he heard. Something was coming from the darkness of the food court.
"Run!"
Trish yelled. Everyone, including the man, ran. The man could hear the laughter echoing throughout the mall. It sounded so close. He was too afraid to look back, to see what was following them. "Wait for me!" he yelled to the group. Trish screamed as they ran into the large department store. Danny fell flat on his face. Marcus turned back to help his brother, but when he looked up, he yelled and ran the other way. Whatever was chasing them must have been terrifying to look at if Marcus abandoned his brother to get away from it. Danny didn't look up, nor did he even try to stand. He covered his head with his arms. The man wanted to help the boy up, but found he couldn't stop. He continued on, seeing Marcus and Trish try to get out through the exit doors.
"He's coming!"
Trish screamed at her boyfriend.
"He's going to kill us!"
The person, or thing, chasing them must have passed Danny and kept on going as well. It must be right behind the man, but he couldn't turn to look. "Not if I kill his ass first." Marcus pushed himself off the doors and raced toward the man. He was a big teenager, probably played football. The man trusted the boy to take care of their pursuer. He tried to get out of the boy's way, but found himself going forward, never slowing. Marcus was going to run into him if he didn't move. The teen punched the man right in the face. For a moment, the man was stunned. Why was Marcus attacking him? The man tackled the teen before he could stop himself and wrapped a hand around his throat, holding him down. Why was he attacking Marcus? The man could hear Trish scream from up ahead, so he looked up. She had her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide. The man heard choking noises, but didn't know where they were coming from. He looked behind him, expecting to see their pursuer, but he only saw Danny, still lying in his protective position. The man looked back to Trish, who was now running up the escalator to the right. The man looked down at Marcus, wanting to apologize. He noticed his fingers were digging into the boy's throat so deeply. The neck looked like a toothpaste tube squeezed from the middle. Marcus's face was dark, his tongue sticking out. He was dead. The man was on his feet, and hands, he noticed, as he raced up the escalator. He realized with horrible acuity the kids hadn't been running with him, they had been running from him. As he reached the top floor, he remembered this wasn't the first time someone had run from him. He had forgotten entirely, but it all came rushing back now. It always came rushing back. The man didn't see Trish among the abandoned display cases and clothes racks, but he knew she was close. He could hear her breathing. He headed straight ahead, hearing someone shuffle away from him. He saw Trish's rear end behind a counter. The man wanted to apologize for killing her boyfriend. He hadn't meant to. He just didn't want to be alone anymore. He just wanted friends. He tried to approach her, reaching out to her with his hands, the hands that killed her boyfriend. Trish screamed. He saw her standing behind the counter, staring at him with even wider eyes than before. "Please don't kill me," she pleaded. He made his way to her. She screamed again, for the final time. Her body fell to the first floor. Her scream was cut off abruptly when she hit. The man went back downstairs and found Danny still huddled on the floor at the border of the mall and department store. He was shaking like a leaf in the wind. The man stared down at him. Danny didn't have a chance to scream. Chapter 7. Adam pulled into the empty parking lot around midnight as the rain lightly fell on his truck. The cop car stopped behind him. Adam kept his eyes on the dark mall directly ahead of him. He'd stopped right in the middle of the lot, which was slightly hilly, and wished he hadn't run that red light. The lights usually switched to blinking yellows at this time, but before they did, they tended to stay red for way too long. Adam had waited impatiently for 5 minutes before finally turning left at the intersection just outside the mall. The cop had appeared out of nowhere a few seconds later. Adam rolled down his window just as the cop started walking toward him, but he never walked all the way up to the truck. "Just stopped to tell you your driver's side tail light is out," the cop yelled over the rain. Adam sighed with relief. "Oh, really?" he shouted back. "Yep, have a nice night." The cop waved and went back to his car. Adam laughed as he rolled the window back up. The North Chase Mall was a small, ancient place on its last legs. Most of the stores inside had closed up, and the few that remained were merely waiting until their leases were up. It was a very depressing place to work. It was also mildly unsettling. Adam parked his truck just outside the loading dock that served as the entrance for security. Another car was in this little parking area. The officer Adam was relieving. It was 10 to midnight when he walked into the mall, dressed in his crisp black uniform. The security office was located just inside, in a bunker-type area that probably would have survived a nuclear blast. There were no windows, and cell phone reception was pitiful, but Adam never had anyone to call at midnight anyway. "Hey," said Rosie, a redhead around his age. She sat at a computer, playing solitaire. "Hey, anything special happen while I was away?" He'd been away for 3 days. "An alarm keeps going off, but it's always a false." She glanced at the control panel next to the computer. "Just hit silence if it does it again. Be ready for it to go off. The thing is loud as hell and will scare the shit out of you." "Will do." "Oh, and all the doors are closed. Just finished checking them." Rosie hefted herself from her seat, gathered her belongings, and exited the office, leaving Adam alone. He sat in the vacant chair, still warm from her big butt, and pulled out a few video game magazines. He also pulled out a soda and a bottle of energy supplements. The red pills were originally used to assist in his daily workouts at the gym. Now they were used to help him stay awake during his graveyard shifts. He knew he wasn't supposed to mix the pills with other sources of caffeine, but taking them with the soda gave him an incredible boost. Unfortunately, once that boost wore off 4 hours later, he was left extremely tired. Therefore, he took advantage of it while it lasted. A week after getting the job, Adam started to walk circuits around the entire mall after his first set of perimeter checks. There were 3 sets of checks in all, and they consisted of making sure all doors were secured and all fire extinguishers were up to code. It was tedious work, but it was easy. There were 4 main entrances, Alpha, Beta, Delta, and Omega, and he hated checking those because he always worried someone would be standing there just outside the mall, staring at him. Around 1 a.m., he grabbed a flashlight, a set of keys, and the work cell phone and left the office. He first checked the dock door he had entered. Rosie had left it ajar moments before he'd arrived, just as Adam would do for his relief in the morning. That door was completely closed now, as it should be. He then checked another door located down the same hall as the security office, though that door led to a path that ran past some gated generators. The door was not closed. Adam stared at it for a moment, with nothing but long, empty hallway behind him. Rosie had told him all the doors were closed before she left, hadn't she? Had she missed one? Suddenly, the empty hall didn't feel so empty. Was something, breathing on the back of his neck? He spun around and found nothing. "Jesus Christ!" he yelled, his heart racing. He could have sworn someone had been right behind him. His mind playing tricks, perhaps? He pulled on the push bar until the door caught, and then he ventured into the main area of the mall. It was long, but not very big. Only 1 floor. Adam could hear the working fountain that resided at one end of the building. Sound carried very well when the mall was this empty. It took him only 45 minutes to complete his checks, and he usually saved the outside doors for last. For some reason, he dreaded going outside tonight. Perhaps it was the open door he'd found. Had Rosie simply missed it, even though it was the closest one to the office? Had someone snuck in? Adam hoped he was alone in this building. He liked not having to deal with people, a luxury the day guard didn't have. Adam didn't know how much longer the building would last. It was scheduled for demolition in the foreseeable future, but no one knew when exactly. Surprisingly, he felt better when thinking about his uncertain future. It took his mind off that open door. Once he finished with the inside checks, he prepared himself for the outside. He stood at a door, getting ready. He couldn't explain why he was so nervous tonight, of all nights. During the 3 weeks he'd worked there, nothing had happened. And nothing would happen tonight, he told himself. He pushed on the bar and stepped out into the chilly night. The rain had stopped. He made sure to push the door completely closed, the key ready in his hand for quick re-entry. He was standing on a path hidden by huge bushes. There were several doors along one wall and one door at the end of the path. Much to Adam's dismay, that path angled drastically to the right, and he couldn't see around it until he got to the curve. Even worse, the lights around that corner had burned out long ago. If not for his flashlight, he would be blind. His heart began to race once again when he started down that long, dark path around the corner. He shined the flashlight's beam down. 3 of the doors on his left seemed fine, and he contemplated leaving them alone. Then he saw the one door at the end, the storage closet. It was open. "Son of a bitch," Adam whispered as he slowly made his way to it. He kept a close eye on the bushes to his right, hoping nothing would jump out at him. He also hoped he wouldn't get bitten by a spider or any deadly insects. Rosie had told him a story about being bitten by a spider on this very path one day. That story had a disgusting ending Adam wished he could forget. After an eternity, he reached the open door. It was painted cyan, like all the outside doors, and it faced him directly. If not for the angle of shadow on the door from the overhead moon, Adam wouldn't have known it was open at all. He wanted to push it closed, but he knew he had to actually check inside. He just didn't want to. He placed a hand on the doorknob, did a quick check to make sure no one was behind him, and then yanked the door open. There was nothing inside but junk. The storage closet was fairly small, most of the space taken up by boxes. Once he was satisfied, he closed the door and locked it. Chapter 8. After completing his checks, he did an hour of cardio, which consisted of walking really fast down the length of the mall, and then returned to the office. Once he sat at the desk, he pulled out his cell phone. He'd received a text from his mom during the checks before he returned to the office. Today would have been his 70th birthday. Adam merely stared at the text. She sent him one like this every year on his dad's birthday, and it always hit him like a ton of bricks. He would respond later. His mom also worked the graveyard shift in Georgia, so he knew that when he did respond, she would get it. For now, though, he wanted to check something else out. Over the weeks, the birthday had been in the back of Adam's mind. In all that time, he had considered watching that video on his dad's birthday. It was the deadline he'd instituted for himself. If he didn't watch it by then, he would never watch it. He pulled up the YouTube app and pressed play. White words appeared on a black background, with eerie music playing. So you want to go back in time? All you have to do is find a water source. A bathtub or pool will do. Please, no toilets. Whisper these words. Meller, I want to go back in time. Then wait for me to contact you. And then the video ended. Adam stared at the screen for a silent moment. Then he laughed. All that anticipation for that bullshit? He suddenly felt better. He didn't feel bad anymore for waiting that long to watch it. But with that came disappointment. A part of him had hoped there was more, that there was a possibility for this video to be real, or at least believable. Chapter 9. The mall was surrounded by fast food restaurants, some of them 24 hours. Adam was allowed to leave the mall to refuel the security truck, and sometimes he grabbed some junk food to tide him over until his shift was over at 8 in the morning. There was a wooded area just past the parking lot, with a winding road he also checked when he did outside rounds in the truck. During his time here, Rosie had told him about the rumors that homeless people lived inside this mall. Tonight, he planned to search for them. He had brought some CDs he usually listened to either in the office or during his workouts, but he couldn't imagine listening to them now. He didn't want to be distracted. He shined the flashlight's beam into every single store, but could see nothing except shelves and mannequins. The gates were permanently closed on some of them, and he couldn't imagine how anyone could get in or out of them. If there were homeless about, they were in the easily accessible lots. As he made his way past a large collection of junk that was to be collected the next day, he came upon the movie theater around the corner. There were 2 grill gates, separated by a box office. One of the gates was partially open. Adam didn't panic. That gate had been open since he'd started working here, and the theater had been closed for at least a year. It was one of the largest lots in the mall. If Adam were a betting man, he'd say someone would want to get cozy in there. He had never stepped foot inside the theater, though he'd always wanted to. The thought of doing it now wasn't pleasant. If there were people inside, he hoped they were friendly. He had to crawl in order to get through the gap between the floor and gate. Once he was inside, he quickly got to his feet. The lobby was pitch black, and he could only see what was caught in the path of his flashlight. Directly in front of him was a large, round concession stand with pictures of refreshments with arms, legs, and eyeballs. The menu selections were still in place on the wall within the stand, and Adam scoffed at the outrageous prices. This theater had belonged to the same chain as the one he'd always gone to as a kid, General Cinemas. The structure layout was even the same, though on a slightly smaller scale. Adam felt as if he were in Augusta once more. He loved and hated when nostalgia struck unexpectedly. He cleared his throat and started walking to a hallway on his right. The hall ran behind concession, where 3 auditoriums were set side by side. He went into the nearest one and was startled by its size. It wasn't stadium seating like he was accustomed to, but with all the seats taken out, it looked bigger than he was expecting. The silver screen loomed far ahead. Adam went to it and lifted up the skirt underneath, where the subwoofers used to be, and found nothing there now. It looked like a fairly cozy hiding place, and he made a mental note to check the other 2 auditoriums. After he finished that, he checked the bathrooms. All of the sink's drains were taped over, but one sink's faucet hadn't been turned off all the way. Water had dripped into that sink for no one knows how long, and was close to overflowing. Adam stood there, staring at the faucet for longer than he should have before finally turning the knob and stopping the flow. He stared at the sink and remembered the steps in the video. Whisper these words, "Miller, I want to go back in time." He leaned over the water and whispered, "Miller, I want to go back in time." He stood up straight and waited. For what, he had no idea. Would a voice come out of the water and say, "Okay, no problem"? Would someone come out of the sink? He waited in the dark for 10 minutes, occasionally hearing creaks in the walls and toilets. Then he grew impatient and left, hating himself for watching the video, for following the steps. The poster was the worst kind of asshole. Chapter 10. Last was the projection booth upstairs. He found a stairway directly behind concession that led up there. Unfortunately, all the projectors had been removed, so there was nothing but a lot of empty space. The main office was up there as well, and he glanced, seeing a lot of folding chairs and a desk. He also noticed a putrid smell that nearly made him vomit. It was not death he smelled, but unwashed bodies. It was fresh, not something that just lingered. Someone was in this office. "Hello?" he called gently. He got no response, but he thought he heard something, like the ruffling of fabric. The desk was directly by the entrance and to his right. The edge was pressed up against the far wall, so someone could have been hiding in the gap between. Adam's heart pounded as he stepped into the office and made his way to the front of the desk. He put in as much distance as he could in case someone tried to attack him. Something lunged at him before he could see what it was. He fell backward, smacking his head against the wall. The flashlight fell out of his hand and rolled away. The figure ran out of the office. Adam quickly got to his feet and followed. Luckily, he had retrieved the flashlight, or he would have had to stumble around in the dark. Whoever he was chasing appeared perfectly able to make his or her way through without a light. They were already headed downstairs. Adam ran down the stairs and rounded the corner into the lobby, where more light filtered in from the rest of the mall. He saw someone trying to crawl under the grill. It was a woman on the heavy side, which explained why she was still trying to get out. She was stuck. Adam walked up to her. "Ma'am?" he called, his heart still racing from the fright. "I'm not going to hurt you." "Don't kill me," she screamed, still struggling. "I'm not going to kill you. Just calm down." He wondered how she had ever gotten in if she couldn't get out now. "You shouldn't be here." She stopped struggling suddenly and turned to look at him through the grill. "Do you promise not to kill me?" Adam was struck by how much the middle-aged woman resembled his mother. She had long brown hair with a few streaks of white. "Yes, I promise. What makes you think I would hurt you?" She crawled back in and stood before him. "Because somebody took my husband." Chapter 11. Minutes later, the woman was eating the sandwich Adam had made for himself. He had offered it to her instead, his appetite completely gone. They sat in the food court just outside the security office. "I'm Adam," he said to her. "What's your name?" "Amelia," she said with her mouth full. "Nice to meet you," he said. Their voices echoed in the large empty court. The mall seemed even lonelier now that he actually had someone to talk to, though he couldn't explain why. "I'm sorry about what happened to your husband." Amelia was constantly looking about herself as she ate, as if she were afraid of being attacked. "Thank you," she said distractedly. "How long have you been living in this mall?" "A few months." She looked at him now. "You gonna kick me out?" Adam grinned. "No one is supposed to be in here, but I won't tell." "Thank you." "Are there others in here?" "Yes, but I'm not telling you where they are." Adam laughed. "Fair enough." So there were homeless inside the mall after all. He shuddered at the thought of being watched every time he did his rounds and exercise routines. "If you don't mind me asking, how did your husband die?" Amelia stopped eating and simply stared. "He was taken. Somebody dragged him out of here while I was asleep. The last time I saw him, he was lying next to me in that office, in the theater." "And you thought it was me?" Adam asked. "Either you or the other guy," she replied. Adam's attention was snagged. "Another security guy?" he asked. Amelia shook her head. "This guy was no security officer." Adam's heart pounded in his chest. "What does he look like?" "I don't know," she said. "I can never get a good look at him. I'm not even sure if it is a man. Could be a woman." "When was the last time you saw him?" "Tonight. He was following you while you walked around the mall." Adam looked directly at her. "What do you mean?" "I mean, he was right behind you when you walked past the theater. I was in the lobby, looking out. I thought you two were together." Adam shivered violently at the thought of someone walking right behind him. He'd had no idea. "He wasn't with me. I didn't even know he was there." "Never would have guessed, considering how close he was." Adam wanted to vomit right there on the table. He too started looking about himself, the way Amelia had been earlier. For now, they were alone. "Are you going to call the police?" Adam looked up at the slanted skylight in the ceiling and saw the sky lightening. He looked at his cell phone and saw it was 6 a.m. Amelia finished the soda and stood. "I should get back." Adam jumped to his feet. "It's not safe for you out there." He gestured to the rest of the mall. "Unless you plan on taking me home with you, I don't have much choice." She smiled warmly. "I'll be fine. I'll just join the others scattered throughout. We're all like neighbors." Adam watched her walk away, back toward the movie theater. Wherever she was going, he prayed she got there safely. Chapter 12. Adam slowly woke up, not sure where he was at first. He was sitting on one chair with his feet propped up on another. He was still at work, in the office. He had fallen asleep with his head back and his arms across his chest. His neck hurt from sleeping in that awkward position. He looked at a wall-mounted clock and saw it was 7:30 in the morning. His relief would be there any minute. Adam slowly rose from the chair, feeling decades older, and made his way to the dock door to prop it open. The moment he pressed the push bar, he saw a face on the other side of the door. Adam nearly jumped out of his skin before realizing it was only his relief, Wally. "I was about to call you," said Wally, grinning. "Sorry," Adam said. "I was doing one last round and forgot." Wally chuckled as he stepped into the hall. He was in his late 40s, a little on the stocky side, and very friendly. He was also the supervisor. Adam liked him. Wally was pleasant to be around. The two men walked to the office, Wally carrying a small lunchbox and a newspaper. Adam retrieved his own belongings as the supervisor settled in. "Anything go on last night?" he asked. Adam considered telling him about Amelia and the mysterious man who followed him around. "Nope. Rosie told me about how a false alarm went off on the control panel, but I didn't have any problems with it." Wally studied the panel on the wall carefully, cycling through the past codes. "These aren't false alarms. They're alerts to pressure changes in the pump rooms. Did you check the gauges?" "Yes," said Adam, though he really just glanced at those gauges in the 3 pump rooms. He'd been very distracted last night. "Well," Wally went on, "these all happened during Rosie's shift, so they must have leveled out before you got here." "What would cause the pressure to change?" "A person. If someone went into the rooms and turned the knobs." "But you can only get into those rooms with a key, right?" Wally nodded. "Rosie has a reputation of leaving doors open, though." Adam remembered the doors he'd found open last night. He felt better thinking she had been behind them. But what about the water pressure? Had somebody tampered with those during the day? If so, why? Who was this mysterious stranger walking around the mall? Did he or she kidnap or kill Amelia's husband? Did she really have a husband, or was she just a crazy lady? Adam couldn't imagine someone actually walking behind him without him seeing. Perhaps Amelia hallucinated the man. Perhaps she was as crazy as he was for trying to contact Miller through the sink. Speaking of which, he decided to head toward the movie theater again on his way out. He couldn't believe it, but he wanted to check the sink one more time before he left. He crawled under the grill, headed to the bathroom with the help of his cell phone's light, and looked at the sink. He nearly dropped his phone when he saw what was there. Sitting between the faucet and cold water knob was a piece of paper in a small Ziploc bag. Adam's heart hammered, and he reached out with shaking hands to pick up the note. On it were these words: "Sink is too small to fit through. Try something bigger next time. Sincerely, Miller." Chapter 13. Adam was awakened by a knock on his door. "Come in," he croaked. Another knock. "Come in," he shouted. The door opened slowly, and Kendall poked his head through. "Sorry, man." Adam stared at him through sleep-gummed eyes. "No problem. What's up?" "Just wondering if you wanted to see the Twilight Samurai with me." Adam lay on the bed, letting out long breaths through his nose, like he always does when he first wakes up. Only half of what his roommate said made sense at that moment. Adam had trouble getting to sleep after work because of the note from Miller. At first, he had been blown away, his imagination singing to high heaven. Then his skeptical mind took over. He started to suspect someone had been nearby, perhaps hiding in one of the stalls, and had heard Adam speak to the sink. Maybe this was a prank. but the Ziploc bag had been wet, as if it had come from the sink. If this was a prank, the prankster had an eye for detail. "The Twilight Samurai?" Adam said. "They made another Twilight movie?" Kendall laughed. "No, asshole. This was made before those. One of my favorites. It's playing at the Angelica." "Oh, what time does it start?" 2 hours from now." Adam looked at his clock and saw it was 2 p.m. "Sure, let me take a quick shower." "Cool, I'll drive." "What, in that death trap?" Adam chuckled. "It gets me from point A to point B just fine, with a few unscheduled stops along the way." Kendall left Adam to his ablutions. Adam didn't realize until halfway into the shower that he'd been staring at the drain the whole time. Adam was kicking himself as he and Kendall traveled to Dallas. He wasn't kidding when he referred to his friend's car as a death trap. The engine shut down every time Kendall came to a complete stop, and not in an electric car way, but rather in the car just died way. Kendall always had to restart the engine every time. Riding with him was always terrifying, but never boring. The ride was traffic-free, luckily, so they only had to worry about stoplights and signs. Kendall parked in a lot next to a nice condominium. As they walked toward the theater, Kendall said, "I banged a girl in that condo." He pointed behind him. "Good for you," Adam said. "You must be so proud." He wished he could say he enjoyed the movie, but he dozed off a few times. He pondered telling Kendall about the note, but he worried that his friend would tell him it was a prank, and Adam didn't want to believe it was. He also didn't want to share this possible time-traveling miracle with anyone. Even the possibility of it being real was the most exciting thing to happen to him. Ever. This reminded him of when he tried summoning Bloody Mary with Ollie when they were kids. Adam and Kendall walked through the city after the movie. They found themselves in an industrial area that was depressingly empty of life. Even though Adam wasn't alone, he felt lonely as he saw all the empty alleys and parking garages. He even noticed an old security guard sitting in a tiny lobby lit by unflattering fluorescents. Adam felt like he was looking at himself just then, 10 years in the future. The two grabbed a late lunch at Chipotle and headed to a Barnes & Noble. It had been a nice little day trip and just what Adam needed to take his mind off his troubled thoughts. But something seemed wrong. He kept looking over his shoulder for some reason, as if he was looking for someone or something. Chapter 14. Adam got up to use the bathroom one night when he thought he heard a noise. Since a small room with a bathtub separated his bathroom from Kendall's, he didn't have to worry about sharing. Adam could hear ragged breathing. He hadn't bothered closing his door when he pissed, but he wished he had now. He looked over his shoulder into the dark bedroom and could see nothing but his bed. And then he heard heavy footfalls running toward him. Instinctively, he closed the door just as something slammed into it from the other side. He held the doorknob firm as it started turning. Something was trying to get to him. "Leave me alone!" he screamed at the intruder. The pounding stopped. Footfalls carried the assailant away. Adam locked the door as well as the one to the adjoining room with the tub. Then he sat on the floor and waited. There was a gentle knock on the bathroom door a few minutes later. "Adam, are you okay?" It was Kendall. Adam stood up and opened the door to see his roommate standing there in his room. The bedroom door was open. "Did you open that?" Adam asked, nodding to it. "No, it was wide open when I came out of my room. Are you okay? I heard you screaming." Adam looked out into the hall. "Someone was just in here." Kendall's eyes went wide. "What, like a burglar?" "I think so." The two headed down the stairs to find the front door closed but unlocked. They often left the door that way, but Adam was certain he'd locked it before going to bed. There was a thin mail slot on the lower part of the door, but there was no way anyone could fit an arm through it. Kendall opened the door and looked out into the night. Nothing but bugs and the occasional car driving by. Adam could see a large office building across the street. It looked so out of place to him, though they did live just off a main road. "What's going on?" a voice asked behind them, scaring the hell out of Adam and Kendall. Tori stood just outside her room in nothing but her underwear. "We think someone broke in," Kendall said uneasily, and Adam wondered if his roommate believed him. Adam wouldn't blame him if he didn't. Nothing more happened for the rest of the night, thankfully, but Adam was groggy the next day. Chapter 15. January was coming to a close, and with it came snow. Adam didn't sleep at all that night after the break-in. He sat on his bed, catching up on his downloaded videos. His bedroom door remained locked, after a thorough search of the room, of course. He occasionally took a break from YouTube to watch the snow fall. Not long after the sun rose, he unlocked his door and went downstairs. The townhouse was quiet and empty of other life. He'd heard his roommates leave an hour earlier and knew he was alone. He usually enjoyed having the place to himself. Adam wasn't sure his roommates even believed him about what happened in his room. The only proof had been the unlocked front door, but that could have easily been an oversight by all of them. Adam prided himself on making sure the door was locked, but he could be forgiven if he forgot yesterday after the incident at work. He sat on the futon, staring at Tori's large projection TV that didn't work and was only there for novelty, before he decided to do something. He remembered Miller's note about the sink being too small to fit through. He went upstairs and started filling his tub with water. Since he knew, for the most part, that he was alone, he felt that if another note from the time traveler appeared, it would not be a prank. Maybe this time he would actually meet Miller. But what if he already did? The thought suddenly occurred to him that Miller and last night's intruder were one and the same. That possibility left him with two questions. How and why? How did Miller find him? Why did Miller attack him last night? After he filled the tub with a respectable amount of water, he ran downstairs and grabbed a baseball bat from Tori's room, just in case. He ran back to the tub, leaned close to the water, and whispered, "Miller, I want to go back in time." Then he jumped back, raised the bat over his head, and prepared to swing it down right onto the cranium of whoever, or whatever, crawled out of the tub. Adam stood that way for 5 minutes. His arms grew tired, and his right rotator cuff, which had been bothering him for months, screamed for mercy, but he ignored the pain and fatigue. He screamed when the doorbell rang. Adam continued to stand there, battle ready, noticing the water sloshing a little in the tub. He assumed it was caused by his little frightened jump and yelp. The doorbell rang again. He reluctantly left and ran downstairs. He still had the bat, though, and was prepared to use it on whoever was at the door. He wanted to use it, but for different reasons. Standing there was his annoying landlord. "Hello, Mr. Young," she said as she rubbed warmth into her arms. "How are you doing this morning?" She gave the bat a disinterested glance. "I'm fine. How are you?" "Cold," she said with a laugh. Adam smiled just to be nice, but he got no mirth from this. He wanted to run back upstairs to intercept Miller. "Sorry to bother you, but I thought I'd remind you that rent is due today. I remember you telling me that your roommates don't keep you in the loop about that, and since you haven't signed the lease yet..." The landlord was around Adam's age, maybe younger, definitely not older unless she bathed in unicorn blood, and she seemed nice enough. She was tough, but fair. Adam had been planning to put the money in an envelope and slip it through her mail slot later, but she hadn't given him the chance. It had only been February for 10 hours. "If you let me run upstairs," he said, "I'll grab my portion now." "No problem. I'll wait." He left the door open as he took the steps 2 at a time. He checked the tub first. No note, no indication that the water had been disturbed. He then took the money out of his wallet, ran downstairs, and gave it to the landlord. "I appreciate it," she said as she counted it. Adam was too distracted to be offended. "Maybe when you get a chance, you can sign that lease?" "You bet," he said quickly, and then closed and locked the door. Instead of running back upstairs, he walked very slowly. He had a bad feeling, this time, that he would find someone up there. His heart pounded with fear. He gripped the bat hard. He knew he was in trouble when he got to the top of the stairs and saw his bedroom door closed at the end of the hall. He knew for a fact he'd left it open after he grabbed the money. It was completely closed now. Miller was here. Chapter 16. Adam stood at the top of the stairs, the ball of his feet on the landing and the heels hovering over the last step. His calves burned from the strain, so he stepped forward, but not too far. He didn't want to go near his door. It was less than 10 feet away. Too close. He stood inches away from Kendall's room. The door was open, and the room was a mess of clothes on the floor, boxes of Criterion DVDs. He quickly glanced one of the few CDs Kendall owned, the soundtrack to Garden State, just under the bed. Dirty plates and bowls were set on top of his tiny black and white TV by the door. On any other day, this room would have repulsed Adam. He hated not having any clean plates or bowls to eat from, but it didn't register with him now. He looked to his right into Kendall's bathroom. It was as filthy as his room, but it gave Adam an idea. He stepped onto the linoleum as quietly as he could, hoping it wouldn't creak like his own usually did. He then slowly opened the connecting door and stepped into the shower room. He immediately noticed the water. It was splashed on the lip and puddled on the floor. Someone had climbed out of the tub and walked toward Adam's bathroom, as evidenced by the wet barefoot prints. Miller had very small feet. Adam opened the connecting door, bat raised and ready. His bathroom was empty, but much cleaner than its twin. The door to the bedroom was wide open. The snow-reflected light from outside made the room look unbearably bright, made worse by Adam's heightened senses. He couldn't see around the corner, to the meat of the room, but he could hear someone moving around in there. And that someone was about to get a face full of bat. He counted in his head, ready to strike. He started forward quickly, determined to go straight for the head. 1 tap, 2 if needed. But what if the intruder didn't have a head? The footprints looked human, but were small. What if the thing that came out of the tub was a monster or alien? He didn't care. If it attacked him, he would attack it back. If only Tori were here, she would have protected him. He charged. Then he slipped on one of the footprints and fell hard on his back, hitting his head on the floor. Chapter 17. Missed you again, but it was for the best since you couldn't come with me through the tub. You'll have to drive to my house. This was a vetting process anyway, but I feel like I know you well enough to trust you. You seem like a good guy. When you're ready, come to 614 Rose of Sharon Road, Cleburne. Please come alone. Thanks, Miller. Adam found the note lying on his chest when he woke up and had read it 5 times. According to his clock, he'd only been knocked out for 5 minutes, barely long enough for Miller to find pen and paper to write the note in the first place. And now he was on his way to Rose of Sharon Road. He'd looked up the address after reading the note and saw it was located in the country, an hour away. It was in the opposite direction of Dallas, in an area Adam rarely visited. He'd been near Cleburne once, months ago, to watch Kendall in a play, Kendall being not only an indie film connoisseur, but also a stage actor. Other than that, Adam was unfamiliar with the area. He drove slowly on the snow and ice-covered freeway, not because he wanted to, but because everyone else was driving cautiously. If Adam had had his way, he would have been driving 10 miles over the speed limit. He'd read the note several times and wondered why Miller would think of him as a good guy without talking to him first. He had been planning to brain him or her with a bat, after all. A thought flitted past his mind for a brief second after his second or third read-through. It was a ridiculous thought, but considering how ridiculous all of this was, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. What if Miller was Tabritt? The old woman had shown up to orientation and then mysteriously left before signing any paperwork. Why had she been there in the first place? She'd even called him a good guy, the same as Miller had on the note. This possibility was the only reason Adam was driving out to the middle of nowhere without backup or protection. He'd left the bat at home. If Tabritt was Miller, how was she doing this? How was she traveling through time and space via water? It was impossible, defied the laws of physics. Or so he thought. He'd failed physics in college. Perhaps she simply found a way to do it. Wow, he was already thinking of Miller as she. After spending 20 minutes in one spot on the annoyingly cluttered I-35, he finally broke out of the jam and was freely driving to his mysterious destination. He found he grew more excited as he took the many long, forest-lined highways. He was getting closer, ever closer. Unfortunately, the closer he got to the house, the weaker his phone's signal became. He got off the main highway and onto a much smaller one. He passed a few houses that were spaced far apart, as well as a ma-and-pop store that sat at an intersection at the top of a hill. This was such a departure to the cities he was used to that he felt like he was in a different country altogether. With that thought, he suddenly felt very alone, as if he actually were in a different country. He had a dream once where he was traveling through Canada, alone, and though he was taking pictures and sharing them on Facebook, he was still acutely aware of the fact he was alone. He even cried in that dream, and for some reason, crying in dreams always feels strange. Every time Adam cried in dreams, he felt like a floodgate of emotions opened. He wasn't much of a crier in reality, but he knew it wasn't the same. He gasped when his phone told him to take a sharp left a few seconds later. The GPS told him to go straight into the woods there. He saw a slight parting of trees and a barely there path on the ground. He drove slowly and saw that the path went straight for a while, perhaps half a mile. It was just wide enough for 2-lane traffic, but the snow was undisturbed. No one had driven through here today. Halfway down, the forest opened on the left, and Adam was treated to a field lined with giant electric towers. On his right was a hill. He tried to see what was at the top, but couldn't, so he kept driving. Not long past the towers, the path curved to the right and up the hill. He then experienced hydroplaning, where he feared he would slide down to the bottom. But he managed to get to the top, where he saw a single manufactured home. It was small and very linear, and it seemed more like a large shed. Adam parked next to an old white station wagon on the other side of the yard and then got out slowly. His phone told him he'd reached his destination. Even if he hadn't, he would have known. Standing on the cinder block stairs that led up to the front door stood Tabritt. Adam couldn't even feign surprise. He did stop in the middle of the yard and stare at her, though. "You're Miller?" he asked simply.
"It's my maiden name."
She wore a black t-shirt and faded jeans, along with her trademark navy cap. "So, you're a time traveler?" Adam asked.
"Come inside. I'll explain everything."
Chapter 18. She disappeared into the house. Adam followed, up the cinder block steps and into a kitchen. There was a counter and sink on the left. The floor consisted of dirty white linoleum, and when he stepped into the very center, it gave a little under his weight.
"Don't worry,"
Tabret Miller said.
"The floor has held my fat ass for years. It won't give now."
Adam grinned nervously as he crossed the kitchen and followed her into a small living room. He was immediately assaulted with the smell of animal urine. He took short, shallow breaths as Tabret sat on an ugly, floral-patterned couch. Adam reluctantly sat next to her. The smell got worse.
"You didn't seem surprised to see me,"
Tabret said. "I figured it was you after I read your note."
"I was hoping you would."
"Did you know it was me when I called you?" he asked.
"No, I didn't know until I saw you passed out on the floor. I didn't see you in that dark bathroom. Where was that, anyway?"
"A mall movie theater bathroom."
"Oh, that was different."
"What do you mean?" Adam said. An indecipherable look passed over Tabret's face.
"Usually, people call me from their homes, not public bathrooms."
She smiled.
"Did you not trust me enough the first time?"
"No, I didn't." He sounded offended. "I didn't even know who you were then. I barely know you now."
"Then why did you call me to your house the second time?"
"Because I was tired of waiting, and I had a baseball bat that time." Tabret laughed.
"I saw it."
Adam smiled, but more from her infectious laugh than from the situation. "Seriously, though," he said, "how do you do it? Travel through water, I mean."
"It's quite simple. I found a tear in the fabric of space and time and can access it any time I want."
Adam sat silently on the smelly couch for a moment before saying, "Oh, is that all?"
"You don't believe me, do you?"
"Of course I do. I've seen you do." He trailed off. Had he actually seen her do anything? He'd been in the office when she left the note in the bathroom at work, and downstairs when she showed up in his room. "Were you in my room last night, too?" She thought for a moment before saying, "No. Why?" "Someone attacked me last night."
"And you thought it was me?"
"You could have been in the mall the night I called you. You could have followed me home and broken in."
"Do you truly believe that?"
Tabret sat back and stared skeptically. He shook his head. Not only did he not believe that, but he didn't want to believe it. He'd already opened his mind to the possibility that something extraordinary was going on. He felt to believe otherwise would destroy him.
"Seeing is believing, I suppose,"
Tabret said as she hefted herself to her feet.
"Come on, I'll show you."
Adam followed her back out into the hall, passing a bedroom on the left filled with half a dozen bathtubs, and into a bathroom across the hall that shared a wall with the kitchen. The bathroom was small and grimy, and Adam didn't want to touch anything in here. There were no windows, but there was a horrendous fluorescent light above that made him feel like he was in a David Fincher movie. "This," Tabret said as she pointed to the tub, "is my time machine." Adam stared at it. It looked like an ordinary tub, filled almost to the top with clear water. The tile walls that surrounded it were scummy with black and green mold. He wasn't sure, but he could swear he heard whispers coming from the water. The surface even vibrated with the whispers.
Those are people calling for me, like you did, Tabritt said, noticing his inquiring expression. I've been getting a lot of requests over the past month. All those people have gone to the past? Not all. I'm a tad picky about whom I help. Adam looked at the tub again. How do you respond to specific people when they're all calling at once? Good question. I'll show you. She walked over to the tub and sat on the lip. She closed her eyes and listened to the whispers for a moment. Then she stuck a finger into the tub. Suddenly, Adam heard just one voice instead of many. And that's the person I'll see, she said. Wanna watch? Sure, Adam said. Tabritt swung her legs over the lip and into the tub. She was still fully dressed, but without shoes. She sat in the water, which came up to her stomach. Don't do anything while I'm gone, she said, just before she crossed her arms over her chest and lay back. She was fully submerged now. She stayed that way for 10 seconds. Adam stood there and stared, wondering how long she would stay that way. Then something happened that made his jaw drop. Tabritt began disappearing. He could see the bottom of the tub through her. She was as clear as the water, almost seemed to dissolve into it. Then she was gone completely. Chapter 19. Adam ran over to the tub and stared down at the clear water. The whispers were gone, and all he heard was the hum of what he thought was the heating system. His heart hammered. This was all real. Tabritt could travel through water, and Adam could travel to the past. He was about to see his dad again, but now he had to wait for Tabritt to return. He didn't want to wait in this gross bathroom, though, so he went out into the hallway. There were 2 rooms at the end, one on each side. Only one door was closed. The room on the left had 2 tubs pressed together. He didn't go into this room, however. He was drawn to the closed door. He wrestled with his morality. This wasn't his home, and Tabritt had told him not to do anything while she was gone. But something was going on in this closed-off room. He could hear a hum behind the door. He reached for the knob. "What are you doing?" Tabritt asked a few feet away. Adam jumped back from the door and stared at her. "I heard a noise." Tabritt put her hands on her hips. She was soaking wet. "I don't care if the Pope rode by on a unicycle while juggling babies. I asked you not to do anything." "I got bored," he said defensively. "I was gone for a minute." Adam walked up to her. "Why were you gone for such a short time? Didn't like the person?" "She fainted as soon as she saw me. I heard a lot of voices coming from somewhere in the house. I should probably update the video to tell people they should be alone when they call. Ready for the rules of time travel?" She rubbed her wet hands vigorously. Adam shrugged. "Sure." "Whoa, tame that enthusiasm," she said sarcastically. She then went back into the bathroom and grabbed a pitcher full of what looked like mercury from under the sink. "What's that?" Adam asked. "This," she said as she held up the pitcher, "is time travel juice. Pouring this into the tub opens the portal to the past. Now listen up, because this is the important stuff. Don't get lost in the past. It can be seductive. Next, don't worry about recreating important things you did and said in the past. The past is already written. You're just visiting. If you said or did anything to someone that left a lasting impression, the universe will make sure they remember it, even if you don't do it again while you're visiting. Lastly, don't create life where there was no life before. In other words, don't knock anyone up." "I'll be a kid, but okay," Adam said with a grin. "I don't know how far back you're going, smart guy. Also, don't save a life that ended. The universe won't like that."
She raised an eyebrow. I'm just going back to find out who killed my dad. Yes, I remember you telling me you wanted to spend more time with him. You may want to start out with an easy trip for your first time. Work your way up to the incident in question. Adam nodded. I agree. I've been nostalgic for the late 80s. I might start off with the first family reunion I can remember. Good, Tabbert said as she poured the juice into the tub. Think of your destination in your mind, or say it out loud as you travel. Doesn't matter. That will help you transport your consciousness into the body of your past self. Adam nodded. Got it. Tabbert grinned. Before I forget, you have to be naked. Excuse me? You can't take anything back with you. No clothes, phones, etc. You aren't naked when you travel, he stated. That's because I'm just traveling to a different place in the present. It's practically the same as driving. Going to the past is different. Adam sighed. Fine. Do I have to be naked in front of you? Not at all. I'll wait outside. Before you do anything, though, you must know one thing. Do not look at anything as you travel. Why can't I look? He asked. Just don't. You have to travel through space and time, and the sight of that bridge is not meant to be seen by human eyes. Horrible things might happen to you if you do. Wear this. She handed him what looked like a sleep mask. They're specially designed to not appear on your past self. They'll reappear as you return so you don't have to remember to put them on. Adam suddenly grew cold. Okay, I'll keep my eyes shut. Do I have to hold my breath too? Tabbert laughed. No, you can breathe normally. You'll only be in the bridge for a few silent seconds. You'll know when you reach the other side. When you're ready to come back, just say, Miller, I want to come back. Those words together will tell your mind to return to the present. Adam nodded and made to take off his shirt. Tabbert got the hint and went outside. She closed the door, and Adam got fully undressed. He then stood over the tub, looking down at the mercury-looking water. Tabbert hadn't poured that much from the pitcher, but much like dish detergent, a little went a long way. He carefully dipped his right foot into the tub and was pleased to feel it was warm. He sat down in the strange water, crossed his arms over his chest, held his breath, and then submerged himself the same way Tabbert had. It was like falling asleep. He didn't remember the exact moment he traveled through time. Part 2. Chapter 20. Adam stared out the window of his dad's van as they cruised down the highway. The sun was shining through the heavily tinted window, so it wasn't completely blinding him. He felt like he'd just woken up from a light doze. He was on the soft cream-colored rug, leaning against the driver's seat. He could see the treetops of the woods on either side of the highway. His cousin Candace was sitting in the seat on his right as he faced the rear of the van. She had a book of Mad Libs in her hand and was chewing on a pencil as she studied the page in front of her. "Give me a noun," she said to him. Adam thought for a second, then said, "Spiders." She wrote it down, then chewed on the pencil again. He hated when she did that. What was so hard about Mad Libs? It was like her brain had to process how his responses fit into the scheme of things, even though they were already laid out before her. Adam looked at his other cousin, Nina, who was sitting to his left. They both rolled their eyes and laughed quietly. Nina, Candace, and Adam were the same age. Nina and Candace had the same length black hair, but Candace's skin was darker. It was June of 1989. They were driving to Florida for a family reunion. He was only 7 years old. The van they were riding in was the popular car. Other relatives were following them in another car.
They were coming from Hepzibah, Georgia, and up to this point had been on the road for 6 hours. Someone lay on the couch bed in the back of the van. His mom was driving. Mom looked back at Adam and smiled mischievously. "Before this trip is over, I'm going to cut those toenails." He sighed and looked at his feet. His shoes were on, but he saw, as if with X-ray vision, his long toenails. His fingernails were also too long. He just hated getting them cut. Absolutely hated it. "Only girls can have long nails," Mom added. Adam nodded absently and turned his attention back to Candace, who was no longer chewing on the pencil. She was looking at him expectantly. "Are you ready?" she snapped at him. It took him a second to realize she was referring to the Mad Libs. He nodded. It had something to do with raining spiders. He laughed so hard he thought he was going to die. He saw the man stir on the couch in the back and stifled his laughter. He suddenly remembered who was on that couch. It was Dad. Adam felt compelled to jump up and hug his father. But why? He saw Dad all the time. At some point, the family stopped at some little shack on the side of the road and bought a few bags of boiled peanuts, something they always did on road trips. Adam loved boiled peanuts so much as a kid and regretted in his later years not treating himself to them again. Later years? He thought. Again? When they stopped for the peanuts, Dad finally woke up to join. He popped the peanuts into his mouth and said, "I sure love me some boiled peanuts." He grinned at Adam and his cousins, and it made them laugh. Uncle James and Aunt Lydia had pulled in behind them on the side of the road. They were Nina's parents. Uncle James had a little afro and mustache, and Aunt Lydia always had a huge smile on her face. They all enjoyed their peanuts for a while, talked and stretched their legs before hitting the road again. They were almost to Destin, where Grandma and Grandpa lived. Adam couldn't wait to see everyone at the family reunion. Chapter 21. The best part was that they were going to get a beach house and go swimming in the ocean. Well, that was good and bad for Adam. The best part was the beach house. The bad part was, he was a fat boy. He hated taking his shirt off. Adam was probably the fattest kid in his family. All his cousins were skin and bone, and they would usually make fun of him whenever they played together. But there was still the beach house, and he would just ignore anyone who gave him a hard time. That's what his mom always told him to do. Adam couldn't see anything out the windows of the van but the occasional restaurants and hotels, and Billy Joel's For the Longest Time played on the radio. He hadn't heard the song before then, and would scarcely hear it much in the future, but whenever he did, he would think of this ride to the beach house in 1989. Whoa, that was a weird thought. The future? What future? He was only 7 years old. He felt sleepy on the floor after a few minutes on the road, but when Dad stirred him to tell him they were there, Adam jumped out of the van to get a better look. The beach house was 2 stories, with bright yellow walls, and white railed patios on the second floor. There were lots of windows that reflected the sky. There were a few more cars in the driveway as well, so they clearly weren't the first ones there. He could hear the ocean waves roaring from across the street behind him, but he didn't care about that. If anything, he dreaded going there because it meant he would have to take off his shirt. Dad unlocked the front door and everyone rushed into the house at once. The first thing Adam noticed was the hardwood floor. The next was the mass of people just beyond the stairs on his left. A man who looked alarmingly like Adam's dad walked up to them. "Hey, little man," he said to Adam, who recognized him as Uncle Billy. "You drinking whiskey, boy?" Grandma asked Billy with a scowl. "No," said Uncle Billy. This is diet soda, Ma." She headed for the kitchen. I don't want no damn diet soda. I want whiskey. Inside the house, Adam's other relatives were laughing as loud as they always did. He could smell fried fish cooking in the kitchen. In the living room were his Aunt Maybelline and cousins Jabari and Quentin, watching TV. His other aunts and uncles were all packed in the kitchen, laughing loudly about something. There was definitely excitement in the air. Adam guessed it was just having family together for the summer. "Hey!" Aunt Maybelline screamed. She was wearing a floral shirt and black skirt with a pearl necklace Adam never saw her without. She jumped up off the couch and hugged his dad. "Hey, big brother. It's been so long." After she hugged Adam, he sat down on the couch next to his cousins. They waved half-heartedly at him. Adam stared at the TV while the adults caught up and laughed and drank their liquor. He suddenly found himself hungry, so he got up from the couch and headed to the tiny kitchen. As soon as he did, he saw Uncle Billy near the refrigerator. Adam could practically smell the alcohol on him as he stood there, glass in hand. Uncle Billy stared at him, and the boy could tell his uncle was remembering what he did to him last year. Drinking and hugging didn't mix. Adam was only 7 years old, and even he knew that. He'd seen his dad drink enough times to know there were a lot of things you couldn't do while drunk. "Sorry about last year, little man," Uncle Billy said to him as he tipped his glass. Adam vaguely remembered being in a fancy hotel on the top floor with a bright city far below him. Adam had gone over to Billy, who was lying on the floor next to a table, to give him a goodbye hug. Billy, who had been drunk at the time, accidentally pulled Adam so that he lost his balance and banged his head on the table's sharp edge. Adam had screamed, "I hate you!" repeatedly as his embarrassed father ushered him out of the room. Adam turned around in the cramped kitchen and looked at Dad. He was sitting in a chair by the wall, staring at him again. He'd probably been watching him the whole time, seeing how he'd react around Uncle Billy. Adam looked away and stared at the TV. A TV spot for Batman was playing. "You want to see that?" Uncle Billy asked. Adam nodded. "I can't believe they cast Beetlejuice to play Batman," Uncle Billy said. "Just wait until Ben Affleck takes over." Uncle Billy looked at him. "Who?" Chapter 22. Adam merely stood there, trying to figure out what he'd just said. Who the hell was Ben Affleck? Never mind. He walked away, following his cousins up the stairs. His heart was racing for some reason. The top floor had 4 bedrooms, each huge. The walls were almost nothing but large windows with light yellow curtains. In one room, there were 2 beds lying right next to each other, like a hotel. Jabari and Quentin began jumping on one bed, while Nina and Candace sat down on the other. As for Adam, he went straight to the floor and stared at a white vent sticking up from it. The air conditioner was on and was blowing cold air into his face. It felt so good, he stayed there for a while. Eventually his cousins noticed. Jabari and Quentin joined Adam on the floor and hogged his vent. He stayed close to it, though, and got some of the freezing air. He was exhausted and wanted to sleep there, on the floor, by his vent, but his dad came in and told him to get away from it before he got sick. "You know," he said to him, "that wasn't very nice of you not accepting your Uncle Billy's apology. You hurt his feelings." "I don't care." Dad lightly swatted his bottom and said, "Don't talk like that. These are your family, the only family you have. One day you will care, but it'll be too late." Adam had no idea what he was talking about, so he didn't argue. Instead, he worked up enough energy to explore the rest of the beach house with his cousins. It was the nicest house he remembered ever being in at the time. The walls were white, and where there were no walls, there were large windows. Yellow and white flowers were also placed here and there in the living room. "Anybody want to rent some movies?" Uncle Billy asked, drink in hand. "I'd rather hit that beach," Aunt Maybelline said. Adam's cousins jumped for joy, and he sulked in misery. Eventually, he and his cousins went to their rooms upstairs. He shared the vent room with Jabari and Quentin, while Candace and Nina took one of the other rooms. Luckily, Adam did not have to share a bed with Jabari, who was a notorious bedwetter, just like Cousin Fuller in Home Alone. Hold on, what's Home Alone? He went to the bathroom and put on his swimming trunks, taking note of his appearance in the mirror. For some reason, he was shocked. He was short, with a pudgy belly and missing teeth. His hair was curly and dark brown and full. There were 2 moles, one just under his left eye and the other on his left cheek, though he only remembered having one. The big one on his cheek was removed. Before what, though? Before they left Georgia to come here? He shook off that thought, then went downstairs and met up with everyone else. Mom was wearing a black one-piece bathing suit. She also had on a wide-rimmed hat and sunglasses, and said she wasn't getting in the water anyway. Everyone crossed the street carefully and made their way onto the hot, white sand. Adam was barefoot and regretting it as his feet burned. He asked Dad to carry him, but he refused because he was carrying a cooler filled with ice and soda. Adam gritted his teeth and bared it. The family claimed a table with a canopy and set everything down. Then Adam's cousins ran straight for the water. Adam sat at the table and watched them. He didn't know why he was so shy. He was with family. After a while, he finally took off his shirt and made his way to the roaring waves. Dad eventually joined and pretended to be a sea monster, grabbing the kids one at a time and throwing them about. Overall, Adam's time at the beach hadn't been as bad as he thought it would be. Chapter 23. As soon as they got back to the beach house a few hours later, Adam went straight to the vent. Mom eventually got him to take a bath to get the sand and salt water off, but the vent was his after that. He was unable to enjoy it, though. His thoughts nagged at him. Why was he so happy to see Dad? He saw him every day. Now, for some reason, he felt an unbearable joy being around him. And what was the deal with the Batman comment? The only Batman he was familiar with was Adam West. He'd just been introduced to that show recently. Not to mention his heart was still racing. He felt anxious for no apparent reason, like he was supposed to be doing something, but he couldn't remember what. His cousins, all 4 of them, were playing with Candace's toy cash register that she'd brought with her from Maryland, much to her parents' trepidation. It had too many small parts, fake cash and change, that could easily be lost. Adam had thought it cool and was about to get up and play with it, but then he heard voices coming from the vent. He briefly thought of Pennywise the dancing clown from Stephen King's It. He'd read the book and even seen the miniseries. Wait, what miniseries? No, that doesn't come out until next year, 1990. What was happening to him? Why was he remembering things that hadn't happened yet? He felt a headache coming on. He laid his left cheek against the vent and watched his cousins play. Candace was reading a piece of paper and didn't appear to like what she saw. The cold air was beginning to burn his ear and cheek, but Adam didn't care. He tried to make sense of the voices through the hum of the air. He barely heard 2 voices over Billy Ocean's Caribbean Queen. One was definitely his father's. "You have some nerve giving me that nasty shit." "My guy is usually reliable," Uncle Billy said. Adam recognized that exaggerated drawl. "Besides, you still snorted it happily up that giant snaz. Quit being such a tight ass. It's annoying." Candace was staring at Adam, but he barely paid attention. What did Dad snort? Cocaine? What's cocaine? Adam was suddenly struck by a pillow to the back of the head. He spun around and saw Candace standing there with the paper clutched in her right hand. "I'm telling," she roared at him, then raced out of the room. Panic overcame him, though he didn't know why. A few seconds later, Dad and Aunt Maybelline came into the bedroom. "Did you write this?" Dad asked loudly, flashing the note, which read, "Candace is a whore," but whore was spelled H-O-R-E. "I didn't write it," Adam said, confused. "Candace says you did," Aunt Maybelline added, clutching her pearls. "I swear I didn't." Deep down, he felt he had. Why did he feel that way? Mom, who appeared behind Dad, looked at the note in his hand and said, "He didn't even spell it right." Adam could barely hear something in the background. It sounded like someone crying. Maybe someone was watching a sad movie downstairs, where a character cried their eyes out. His dad had given him a good talking to after everyone went downstairs. "Do you know why I'm upset with you?" Dad asked. Adam nodded. "Where did you learn this word?" "I don't know," Adam replied, and he really didn't. He just knew it. "It's a very bad word, and I don't ever want to hear you say it or write it down. Do you understand me?" "Yes." "Yes, what?" Adam knew what that meant. "Yes, sir." "Good boy." Dad patted him on the back. "Go play, and don't ever say anything bad about your cousins again." "Yes, sir." Something nagged at Adam. When did he write that hateful note to Candace? The others hadn't started playing with the register until after he'd gone to his vent, and he never got up from it. He'd been about to get up when he heard the voices of his father and Uncle Billy. For a brief moment, he questioned why he had memories of stuff that hadn't happened yet. He pondered this troubling thought as he joined Uncle Billy on the couch. He was watching a Milli Vanilli music video, "Girl, You Know It's True." Adam knew his uncle loved this group. He'd even bought Adam a Milli Vanilli shirt. "Greatest group ever," Uncle Billy said as he took a sip of his whiskey and coke. "I'm going to their concert next month. Want to go with me, little man?" "No thanks. They're lip-syncing anyway." It suddenly got really quiet in the living room. The TV volume was still on, but the atmosphere changed dramatically. Adam looked at his uncle, who stared open-mouthed back at him. "What makes you say that?" He muted the TV now. "You don't think guys who look like that can sing that well?" Adam shook his head. "I just have a feeling." He didn't know where the thought had come from. Add it to the list of other strange thoughts he'd had today. "I haven't heard anything about them lip-syncing," Uncle Billy went on. "I guess it hasn't happened yet." Adam reached for his pocket, and then stopped. What had he been reaching for? "What do you mean, it hasn't happened yet? Are you some kind of time traveler?" Uncle Billy laughed, but Adam didn't. He couldn't. It all came back to him at once just then. Uncle Billy unmuted the TV and went back to watching the music video. "Miller," Adam said breathlessly as he tried to remember the rest. "Miller, I want to come back." Chapter 24. Returning to the present was a lot like waking up. Adam could feel it coming on in degrees. Unlike waking up, however, he made an effort to keep his eyes closed. He remembered what Tabret had told him about that. For a while, he waited to hear something, anything. Then he heard the sloshing of water. He took off the sleep mask and slowly opened his eyes, and found himself in the dirty tub in the filthy bathroom, surrounded by the mercury-looking liquid. As he stood up, he was relieved to see none of that liquid stuck to his skin. He quickly put his clothes back on and stepped out into the hall. "Tabret?" he called. The house seemed empty and quiet. Suddenly, a door opened behind him.
He heard an electric hum just before he saw Tabret step out of the mysterious room at the end of the hall. "About time you returned," she said as she closed the door. "You were gone almost a whole day. How was it?" "Disorienting. I didn't even remember that I was a time traveler at first. I truly thought the past was the present for a while." Tabret nodded. "Like I said, it's like that the first time. You'll know immediately next time. What helped you remember?" Adam chuckled. "I was talking to my uncle about Milli Vanilli. I reached for my cell phone to Google something about them, only to remember that I didn't have a cell phone." Tabret laughed as well. "Yeah, you took that muscle memory with you. Did you learn anything useful?" Adam's smile vanished. "I learned that my dad is a coke fiend." "Oh boy, that couldn't have been fun. You never had any idea before?" "Not at all." He suddenly became still. Maybe another addict or dealer killed him. Maybe his death was drug-related. Tabret nodded proudly. "I'm glad some good came out of this. Want to schedule your next trip?" "Can I go right now?" The words were out of his mouth before he could stop them. He wasn't sure if he was ready to head back in so soon. The last trip still felt like nothing more than a vivid dream. "No can do," Tabret said, her hands raised. "I forgot to mention a mandatory 24-hour break between trips, to keep you from forgetting what's real and what's not." "Okay, I guess. I work the next 4 days." "Then I'll see you in 5 days?" she asked as she ushered him toward the kitchen. "I can clean the tub out before I leave," he said quickly. Tabret seemed insistent on getting rid of him. "No, that's okay. I have to do it in a special way." They were at the kitchen door. Adam looked out to the yard. The sun had set, just like it had in the past. Luckily, there was the time difference. It was an hour earlier here in Texas than it was in Florida. He could still hit the old-school diner down the street from his townhouse. He suddenly realized he was starving. "Okay," he said. "Well, see you in a few days." "See ya." Tabret quickly pulled the screen door closed. He got home a few minutes after 10. Tori was on the computer, playing her game once again. Adam set his food on the coffee table and sat on the futon. The smell of the fully loaded Chicago hot dog made his mouth water even more than it had in the truck. He dug in. "Where have you been all day?" Tori asked, never taking her eyes off the screen. Adam paused, the hot dog inches from his lips. "I hung out with some family in Cleburne." He smiled at the inside joke. "Cleburne? Damn, out in the country, huh? Isn't that where the earthquake originated?" Adam ate the hot dog to keep from saying any more. Tori wasn't paying attention anyway. She kept talking, but he didn't listen. Kendall had introduced him to the diner down the street a while ago, and Adam went there at least once a week. It was one of his indulgences, and he needed it now. The little trip to 1989 was so fresh in his mind, so vivid, that he had to believe it was real and not just a dream. He looked at Tori and wondered if he should tell her what had happened. He wanted to shout it from the rooftops. "Time travel is real, y'all." And he had to wait nearly a week to do it again. Chapter 25. Adam returned to work the next night, rolling into the mall's parking lot 4 minutes to midnight. He would have shown up sooner, but a train had broken down on his route, and he had to take a long detour. He apologized to Rosie as he got ready for his shift. He pulled out a health magazine. He'd been trying to get in shape for years now, but found it was easier to read the articles, and a red bottle of energy pills. He was groggy from lack of sleep. After his little trip to the past, his mind refused to rest. All he could think of was when he'd like to go back to.
He could go back to June of 1993 to see Jurassic Park again, for the first time. After all these years, that was still one of his favorite memories. But no, he was traveling back in time for one purpose: to find out who killed his father. He, not for the first time, toyed with the idea of preventing his father's murder altogether, but every time the thought crossed his mind, his heart sped up and he grew nauseated. He didn't know why, though. Perhaps it was the thought of being there when it was to happen, waiting for the murderer to show up. After the divorce, Dad moved around a lot for work. From Connecticut in the early 90s to Florida in the middle part, Adam got to see quite a bit of the United States growing up. He felt that half his childhood was spent in different states other than his home of Georgia. He remembered walking from Dad's depressing Connecticut apartment while Dad was at work to a beautiful playground half a mile away, chasing fireflies along the way. He then remembered getting caught in Hurricane Aaron while visiting Dad in Melbourne, Florida in the summer of 1995. It had been in another apartment, but this one had been less depressing. It had a pool. He hadn't gone with Dad to Texas in 1996, though. He wasn't sure why. If he had gone, would he have died too? But for now, he was stuck in the boring old present with his job and adult responsibilities. He took the energy pills along with a sip of soda, a big no-no, but the energy kick was incredible, then began his circuit. Items had been taken out of all the suites and placed in the open for liquidation. Making his way from one end to the other felt like a challenge now. A group of mannequins was set up at the intersection of the Delta entrance behind the mall. Adam stopped to stare at them. Some were female from the Victoria's Secret store directly in front of him. Others were male from a male-centric clothing store farther down. Adam briefly toyed with the idea of taking some of the male ones home. There were no cameras in the mall, and he had a lot of Halloween costumes and ill-fitting clothes, from when he was slimmer, that needed modeling. Something caught his attention. His eyes focused on something at the Delta entrance 30 feet away. He jumped out of his skin when he noticed it was a person waving at him from outside the mall. Chapter 26. He'd barely seen the figure, which appeared as a silhouette. The moon was behind it, so he saw its head. The figure wore large, old-fashioned headphones. There was something vaguely familiar about them, but he didn't have time to think about it because the figure was inviting him closer. Adam reached for his work cell. He slowly walked toward the doors, passing several empty suites with their left-behind signs overhead. He didn't have time to be depressed by these long-forgotten stores, though, because he was 10 feet away from the figure now. 2 sets of doors separated them. He was now close enough to recognize the visitor, with her yellow t-shirt and pink sweatpants. He also now remembered where he'd seen the headphones before. Adam pulled the ring of keys from his pocket and unlocked the inner doors, then the outer ones. Jesus, girlie, you scared the shit out of me. You look like a damn wraith in the dark. Tori stepped inside and said, "What's a wraith?" "I don't know, a ghost or a witch or something." "Why are you so surprised to see me? You knew I was coming." "I did?" "I'm building endurance for my marathon. I asked you earlier, while you were eating that nasty hot dog, if I could jog around the mall tonight. You said yes." That must have been while he was lost in his thoughts. He felt bad for ignoring his roommate. "So you're going to jog around this place by yourself? That sounds scary and depressing." He thought for a second, then quickly added, "Just like my job." Tori grinned. "That was harsh. I thought we were going to drive up here together, but you left without me." "Sorry," Adam said as he walked toward the center of the mall. "My mind was on something else. I didn't even hear you about the endurance training." "What were you thinking about?" They sat at a booth in the food court. Adam looked around himself,
the same way he did when he sat here with Amelia. "I saw you eyeing those mannequins," Tori said with a grin. "Are you afraid they'll sneak up on you?" "I wish. Last time I sat at this booth was with a homeless woman who lives in the movie theater." He waved in the general direction of the theater to his right. "There's a homeless lady in here?" Tori asked in awe. She looked around, too. She took her manicure kit out and started on Adam's nails. He leaned over the table to get closer and whisper, "She claims there are a bunch of them scattered throughout the mall, but I haven't seen anyone. She said she had a husband, but that he was taken." Tori's eyes widened. "Taken by whom?" "I don't know. She thinks there's a boogeyman in here. I don't know if I believe her. I haven't seen a single other person in here." "You think she's crazy?" Adam shrugged. "Possibly. When I first met her, she ran for dear life." He grew quiet again. "You look the same way you did the other night," Tori said. "What are you thinking about?" Adam looked at the nails she'd buffed. They shone like glass. "I found out something about my dad that night, and I don't know how to process it." "What was it, if you don't mind me asking?" Adam shrugged. "That he liked to do cocaine." A silent moment passed, and then Tori burst into laughter. "So? Who hasn't partaken? That doesn't make him evil." He thought about it for a second. "I guess you're right. It was just a shock to me to hear it." He hoped Tori hadn't caught that slip. It's not like he actually did see it. He only heard Dad and Uncle Billy through the vent. Tori switched to Adam's other hand. "I can understand, though. I have issues with my dad, too." Adam, who had been looking down at the Sears side of the mall, suddenly looked at her. His attention was piqued. He didn't know much about Tori, other than the fact she liked to exercise and give her roommates manicures. "What happened?" he asked. Instead of answering, she said, "Have you ever lied to protect someone you love?" "I don't know. Maybe, but I don't remember any exact time." "Would you?" "Depends on the situation, I guess." Tori nodded. "That's what I had to do when I was younger. My dad and his skanky girlfriend got into a fight one night. The girlfriend claimed my dad hit her. She even had a bruise on her cheek, but Dad said he didn't. The cops asked me if I'd seen anything. I said I saw her punch herself and blame him for it." "Wow." It was all he could think to say. "Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. He's my dad, and I hated that girl, but it's always haunted me, lying about something that important. I honestly don't know what happened that night." "If you could go back in time," Adam said, "would you do anything differently?" "I wouldn't lie, that's for damn sure." Adam briefly toyed with the thought of telling Tori about Tabrit's magic tub, but quickly brushed it away. The thought of bringing someone into his secret world made him anxious. Tori finished the manicure, then packed everything into her backpack and began her laps outside the mall. Adam saw her run by the entrances occasionally during his rounds. It seemed surreal to him that she was out there by herself while he worked. It made him feel more and less lonely at the same time. Chapter 27. 2 hours into Adam's shift, and Tori was still jogging around the mall. He got into the patrol truck, flipped on the flashing yellow lights that sat on the roof, and drove around the parking lot. He jokingly followed his roommate a few times. She flipped him off and kicked at the truck. Adam truly enjoyed having Tori here with him. It made the shift less boring. With her here, her blue Chevy Sonic should have been the only other car in the lot besides his. But there was another car. An old gray Lincoln Town car sat in the middle of the lot, nearly hidden in complete shadow. It was parked under a blown-out light. Adam was about to drive over to the car
when someone suddenly slapped at the driver's side window. He screamed in absolute terror before he realized it was only Tori. She was panting and covered in sweat. Her large headphones rested on her shoulders. "Jesus, girlie, you won't rest until I've died from a heart attack." Tori waved that away. "Just thought you should know. I found a broken window over at Sears." Adam looked back at the old car that sat in the dark. "Okay, show me." Tori got in the passenger seat, and Adam drove them back to the large Sears entrance. It consisted of a large wall of tinted glass. The only way you could even see the glass at night was when the panes reflected the numerous lights from the lot. Adam could be forgiven for not seeing the one pane that was broken. He parked directly in front of the entrance and got out of the truck. The yellow lights constantly reflected off the bottom panes that surrounded the doors. "What do you think happened?" Tori asked. "Probably some damned kids. I hear they like to come up here and throw rocks. This is the first time it's happened since I started here, though. Broke my perfect record, the bastards." They stepped through the missing pane and onto the shattered glass on the floor. Adam could instantly feel the spaciousness in front of him, though he could barely see in the gloom. "What's the protocol in situations like this?" Tori asked, with the cadence of a grizzled detective. "Well, Columbo, I guess I should call the police. I'm supposed to if I find unlocked suites. I'm also supposed to call the suite's lessee and my manager. Most of the suites are empty, though." He shone the flashlight's beam around to emphasize. "I guess I just call the cops and Wally." "You have to call the cops for unlocked doors?" Tori asked as she walked toward an escalator in the center of the large store. "Yep. It's always just someone forgetting to lock up when they leave. I had to call twice for a theater. Not the movie theater, but a play theater, and felt like such a bastard. Even the cops were like, 'Why are we here?' But rules is rules." Adam pulled the work cell from his pocket and started to dial 911. Since no one leased this space anymore, that was one less call to make. "Well," Tori said from behind the escalator, "I don't think the cops will feel this trip was wasted." Adam looked up and saw her staring at something on the floor with her phone's flashlight. "What is it?" She looked up at him and said, "I think it's blood." It only took the cops 10 minutes to show up. The police department was just on the other side of the freeway. One cop, a short Hispanic guy, was looking at the blood Tori had found, and the other, a beefy Caucasian guy with the biggest forearms Adam had ever seen, was taking notes. "Did either of you touch anything?" Forearms asked. "No, officer," Adam said. "Everything is as it was." "How long do you think the glass was broken before you found it?" "Maybe not that long. I'm sure the day guard, Rosie, would have seen it when she patrolled." Or would she? Rosie was notoriously lazy. "Yeah," Tori chimed in. "I jogged past it 30 times before I finally saw it." "This blood looks old," the other cop said. "I didn't see any body during the search. Maybe somebody hurt themselves." "Maybe," Adam said. He was about to tell them about the supposed homeless sprinkled throughout the mall, but he didn't want to get them in trouble. He didn't mind, however, telling them about the old town car in the parking lot. He'd completely forgotten about it. Everyone went out into the lot to look, but of course, the car was gone. Chapter 28. He woke up on a couch, in a bathroom. He looked around to get his bearings. He almost thought he was in another bizarre world, but then he remembered he was in the women's bathroom in the mall. It had a little couch in it, he'd discovered weeks ago, where he would sometimes take a nap after the energy pills wore off. He sat up, wiped the spit from the side of his mouth, and unlocked the door. He saw through the skylight that the sun had risen. He checked his phone and saw that it was 10 minutes to 8. "Jesus!" he screamed as he ran to the dock door to his left. He wouldn't have been surprised to see Wally standing there, his paper under his arm and a stern look on his face. When he got to the door, he saw with relief that Wally was just parking his truck. Adam waited for him. "Good morning," he said to Adam as he entered the mall. "I got your message. I'll get somebody to board up that broken window." They went to the office so that Wally could put down his paper and lunchbox. "You hungry?" he asked Adam. "A little," he said, just as he realized he was starving. He followed Wally out one of the side doors and down along the mall. Wally knocked on a seemingly random door, one of the doors Adam always checked when he did outside rounds, and an old man in dirty overalls opened it. "Morning, Wally," the man said. Adam was startled. He had never met this man before, but he appeared to be a maintenance man. How long ago did he get here? Did he arrive at the mall early every day? Adam suddenly felt self-conscious. It was one thing being surrounded by homeless people, supposedly, while he did his cardio circuits, but it was another to suddenly find out there was another person in the mall he didn't know about. "This young man is Adam Young," Wally said to the man. "He's been with us for over a month now. Adam, this is Bob, our maintenance man." Adam and Bob shook hands. "How are you liking the job?" Bob asked as he backed away to let them in. "It's neat so far," Adam said as he looked around the room. The floor was oil-covered cement, and there were many steel shelves littered throughout. It looked like a garage or workshop and was incredibly cluttered. There was a little table set near the door, a plate of sausage patties and biscuits set in the center. "Have a seat," Wally said. "Bob makes breakfast sometimes. Help yourself." "Don't expect this all the time, though," Bob said gruffly but not unkindly. Adam took a seat in a chair with cracked green leather cushions. He grabbed a paper plate and loaded it with food. He was very hungry, and the smell of the biscuits alone made his mouth water. He smeared on some butter and took a bite. He smiled as a flood of memories came to him. He hadn't eaten a biscuit in years, back when Dad used to make breakfast on Sunday mornings during Adam's summer visits with him. "That good, huh?" Wally asked as he sat across from him and loaded his own plate. Adam nodded as he chewed. He was pretty much undoing the cardio he'd done during his shift, but the food was good and it calmed his nerves. "I saw the busted window on my way in," Bob said. "I'll get on that. What happened?" "Not sure," Adam said. "I found blood in that Sears." "Blood?" Bob said. "How much? Was it a lot?" "A few drops. Why?" "Just wondering. I'm not cleaning that up." He and Wally laughed. Adam smiled, but only to fit in. "Can I ask you guys a question?" he said. "Sure," Wally said. "I heard there are homeless people in here. Is that true?" Of course, he knew there was at least one, but this was his way of bringing up Amelia. "It's true," Bob said. "It used to be a huge problem, but some come and go, and they don't bother anyone." "It's a shame," Wally said. "If these people ever went missing from the face of the earth, no one would even know it." The two older men nodded. "I met one," Adam said. "Her name's Amelia." "Yeah, I know her," Bob said. "She's a bit paranoid, but harmless." "She claims there's a man in this mall killing people." Bob, who had been fiddling with something on a counter on the far side of the workroom, turned toward Adam. "What makes her say that? Did she see anyone doing any murders?" "No, sir." Bob came back to the table and sat next to Adam. "There's something important you should know about Amelia. She has schizophrenia. She constantly believes people are spying on her. It got so bad that her husband divorced her. I'll bet she told you her husband was dead, didn't she?" Adam nodded. "She thinks the mall murderer killed him." Bob scratched his stubble.
I figured. He's alive and well, as far as I know. He just wants nothing to do with her. That's what she told me during one of her lucid days, anyway. I don't know any more about the man. We don't even know if Amelia is her real name, Wally chimed in. So, I should take everything she says with a grain of salt? Adam said. A grain? Bob laughed. Try a barrel. Chapter 29. Tabret was right about the second time being easier. Adam knew who and where he was this time. He lay in his bed in Georgia. The sun was still up, and he heard a Bonnie Raitt song playing. He'd left his TV on, and the end credits for Heart Condition were playing. It had to be 1990 or 1991 then. This wasn't where he'd wanted to be, though. He'd tried traveling to any time before or during the summer of 1996, when his dad was murdered. As he lay in Tabret's magical bathtub, he thought repeatedly about 1996, the year he'd joined a bowling league, saw one of his favorite movies, Twister. He had plenty of pleasant memories of that year, but as he traveled through the quiet space between space, he'd found himself tempted to remove the eye mask to see what was going on around him. But he managed to keep the mask on, and somehow found himself in his bedroom, in the house he definitely wasn't living in during the year of 1996. But what year, exactly, was he in? A knock on his door brought him from his reverie. Come in. The door opened, and Dad poked his head in. Your mom asked me to take you to get your hair cut, he said with a smile. Adam, who was sitting on his bed with his back against the wall, absently touched his head. His brown hair was incredibly shaggy, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd gotten it cut. Okay. He looked over his shoulder at the wallpaper. The TV cast eerie lights on it. He'd never liked the design of his wallpaper. The repeating pattern had a boathouse on a dock, with a sailboat going past it. The boathouse had darkened windows, and the front door was opened, revealing total blackness within. He couldn't help but always imagine a creature of unspeakable horror living in the shack, staring out at him. The wallpaper scared him more than the opening credits of Tales from the Dark Side. He got up and followed Dad out of the room. He was in his old house on San Bernard Court. There was a bathroom directly across from his room, and his parents' room to his right, at the hall's joint. He followed the curve of the hall, which led to the foyer and living room. He saw Mom sitting on the couch, staring at the TV but not appearing to actually watch what was on. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation was playing. She loved that movie. A window-mounted air conditioner hummed comfortably. Adam stood there for a moment, waiting for her to look at him. Dad was rummaging in his room, probably looking for his wallet. Adam vaguely remembered this day. He didn't remember his mother looking so sad on the couch, though. Mom? He said carefully. Go play in the playroom, honey, she said as she wiped at her eyes. He was about to ask her what was wrong. The 35-year-old in him was curious, but he nodded and walked to his left, where another hallway led to the kitchen and dining room. And just beyond that lay the playroom. This room consisted of 3 walls, all lined with big windows, and was built over the back porch. Dad had it built in 1990, if Adam remembered correctly. The floor was white tile, and a large cardboard box adorned the far left corner where he kept all his toys. The box was only an inch shorter than his nearly 5 feet, and he managed to fill it all the way to the top. He suddenly remembered all the times he'd jumped into this box as a kid and just grabbed at anything, playing with whatever his hands brought back with them. He was tempted to do that again now. He looked around the room. There was a small TV in the opposite corner from the box, with a Nintendo hooked up to it. A Christmas tree, a real tree, stood near the playroom's single door that led to the backyard. A futon sat against the wall directly to his left. He used to hide under that for fun, whenever he played hide and seek with Ollie. Speaking of Ollie, Adam looked straight out the window in front of him. There was a round above-ground pool blocking most of his view, but past that, in the large backyard, was a door in the chain-link fence that opened into Ollie's backyard. Adam was about to run over to his friend's house when he was interrupted. "Ready to go?" Dad asked behind him. Adam turned and stared at his father, who stood at the sliding glass door that separated the room from the rest of the house. "Sure," Adam said, sighing. He would just have to visit Ollie later. He had time. He followed Dad out the front door. There was a tiny courtyard between the front of the house and a waist-high brick wall that attached to the front porch's canopy. Adam had almost forgotten about this part of the house, even though he'd played in it many times as a kid. The house was part of a court that looked like an uppercase P. He looked to his left, at the apex of the court, where his friend Karen Walker lived. He and Dad got into the van and left the neighborhood. Chapter 30. The barber shop Dad took him to was next door to a gym, located in a little plaza surrounded by large trees about 10 minutes away from the house. The area looked a lot different than its 2016 counterpart, which he'd last seen in December when he visited Mom for Christmas. But what year was it exactly? The only way he could find out for sure was if he looked at a calendar. Or, "Dad?" he called from the passenger seat of the van. "What year is it?" Dad looked at him with a grin. "Did you bang your head or something, little man?" "Humor me." Adam shut his mouth quickly. Kids didn't talk like that. Dad noticed and stared at him from the corner of his eye. "It's the year 1990. "Thanks, Dad." Adam and Dad stepped into the barber shop and instantly smelled the strong odor of aftershave. Though he had never been to this shop before, he heard the familiar hum of clippers. There was even a TV attached to the wall near the ceiling. There was only one barber and one customer. "I know your mom takes you to the barber shop on the base," Dad said, referring to Fort Gordon. "But my friend works here, and he'll give me a better deal." "How much better?" Adam asked as they took their seats across from the barber stools. "Free," Dad smiled greedily. The barber, an elderly black man with white flecks in his curly black hair, looked at them and smiled. "Uh-oh, I hope I remember how to cut hair as curly as yours." Adam gulped. The last thing he wanted was a bad haircut. He patted his shaggy hair. The barber, noticing his stricken expression, said, "I'm just teasing. I can cut all kinds of hair." Dad laughed. "Don't scare the boy, Reuben, else I won't be able to bring him back for a repeat business." Reuben snorted. "What business?" Clearly the barber knew about the amazing deal he would bestow upon his friend. A few minutes later, Reuben finished with his customer and prompted Adam into the stool. While he cut the little boy's hair, Reuben chatted with Dad about many things. Jobs, family, friends. Reuben seemed like a pretty nice guy, though he cut hair very slowly. He took nearly an hour just to do Adam's, and Adam dozed off a few times while he waited. A man came in with a briefcase full of bootleg VHS tapes. Dad asked Adam if he wanted a copy of Child's Play 2. Adam said no. He almost said he already had it on Blu-ray, but caught himself at the last second. "I don't mess with no Chucky," Reuben said with a laugh. "A Negro with red hair came in here the other day and I thought he was Chucky." "Me neither," Dad said. "We just saw it last night. I try to get in on these movies during their opening weekends to avoid spoilers. Adam thought Chucky was trying to bring a warehouse full of dolls to life at the end, but I knew that wasn't right." He laughed. So it was probably November of 1990. Adam remembered being shamed by Dad's jab when he was a kid,
but he didn't mind now that he was 35. Thinking Chucky had tried to bring all the dolls to life showed quite a bit of imagination for an 8-year-old, and he owned it. As the hypnotic buzz of the clippers eased his eyes closed, Reuben asked Dad a peculiar question. "So, is this Cynthia's kid?" Dad didn't respond out loud. Adam slowly opened his eyes to find him shaking his head furiously. Then he noticed Adam looking at him and stopped. "This is my wife's kid," Dad said a little harshly. "Oh, that's what I meant," Reuben stammered. "Of course, I got you confused with someone else." Adam remembered this day now, but he hadn't understood the conversation at the time. He did now. Adam looked away from Dad's guilty eyes. Chapter 31. When they returned, Adam immediately went through the playroom and to the backyard. He passed the large above-ground swimming pool that they never used and had altogether become algae soup. The pool took up a significant portion of the large backyard, and Adam felt guilty for never using it when he was a kid. Well, maybe he could make up for that now. Past the pool, which was practically in the center of the yard if not for the added playroom, was a little plastic playhouse in the right corner of the yard, and a swing set in the left corner near Ollie's backyard. Adam ran past the large oak trees to his left, underneath which rested a small abandoned tomato garden Adam had completely forgotten about. So many memories came back to him, and he loved it. He finally reached the left edge of the yard, where his part of the chain-link fence met with Ollie's. There was a little door that opened in or out. Adam opened it and stepped into Ollie's yard. And there he was, sitting on his back porch, Adam's best childhood friend, Ollie Jacobs. Adam could see his short blonde hair covering his eyes. The boy was occupied with something Adam couldn't see. He walked closer, the grass crunching under his feet. The yard was much smaller than Adam's, so the sound reached Ollie easily. He looked up with piercing blue eyes that Adam could see from where he stood. It was then that Adam noticed his eyesight was much better in 1990 than it will be, in 2017. He smiled at that realization. "Hey," Ollie said as he looked back down at the porch. "Hey," Adam said back. He hadn't seen Ollie in decades, though he had to remind himself he was, technically, a 35-year-old man hanging out with an 8-year-old boy. Adam's interests were different now, understandably, and he feared he would be bored. That thought went out the window when he saw what Ollie was doing. Adam saw the dark green, gooey blood pooling under the split caterpillar. Ollie had cut it in half with a small spade. Adam stopped in his tracks and stared at the horrible sight. He hadn't hung out with Ollie after the haircut in 1990. This was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, and Ollie didn't seem to be the least bit ashamed of it. He kept cutting into the caterpillar, even though it was clearly separated. The two halves kept squirming. "What are you doing?" Adam asked, trying to keep the disgust out of his voice. "I was cutting the baby out," Ollie said. Wow. Adam was at a loss for words. He wondered what he would have thought had he also been a child instead of a grown man. Now, though, he felt uncomfortable. The nostalgic high he'd been experiencing suddenly extinguished. "I was wondering if you wanted to come over and play Nintendo," Adam said uneasily. "Yay!" Ollie jumped up from the porch, threw the spade into the grass, and ran over to his carport. "Let me ask my dad." Adam followed him and saw an old beat-up station wagon parked there. Behind it was a very steep driveway. Adam remembered the times he and Ollie either rolled down the front yard or, when it snowed, slid down it on trash can tops. Mr. Jacobs put a stop to that when Ollie almost got run over by a car. Ollie's house was much smaller than Adam's. It reminded Adam of Tabret's house.
There were even stairs that led up to the side door, except they were made of wood rather than cinder blocks. Adam went through the door and stepped into a small kitchen. He was immediately assaulted with religious stuff. There were many portraits of Jesus in all his glory, along with crosses and crucifixes. Adam used to go to church with the Jacobses when he was a kid, and would probably have to again while he was visiting the past. He didn't mind, though. He was an atheist, but he always had fun going to Sunday school on Fort Gordon, and the church snacks were always good. Just past the kitchen, and only accessible through a beaded curtain, was a small living room with a brown plaid couch and tiny black and white TV. On the couch sat Mr. Jacobs. He wore a white sleeveless t-shirt and brown slacks. His bald head reflected the ceiling fan light, which wobbled with every revolution of its blades. He looked over to the two boys. "Hey, Adam, how are you doing?" "Fine, Mr. Jacobs. Yourself?" He groaned internally. His adult side was showing. Mr. Jacobs didn't seem to notice. "I'm fine, thanks. How are the folks?" Adam would have said fine immediately if he'd still retained his childhood ignorance. Even though he knew there was trouble in paradise, his adult won out. "They're great, thanks." "That's good. I was wondering because your dad seemed a little off at work. I've been trying to get some info out of him, but he's locked up tighter than Fort Knox." Adam had completely forgotten that his dad and Mr. Jacobs worked together. He had asked his dad once what he did for a living, but always forgot the details. It had something to do with jets, or something. If he remembered correctly, Dad got Mr. Jacobs the job. "He seems fine to me," Adam said, and hated himself for the lie, but it was no one's business anyway. "Dad, can I play Nintendo at Adam's house?" Ollie said. "Sure, just don't stay out too late. We have church in the morning. Adam, you going with us?" 25 years of avoiding church screamed for him to say no. He didn't see the harm in going, though. "Yes, sir. I'd love to." That was a bit much, but he couldn't go back in time and take it back. "What's so funny?" Mr. Jacobs asked. Adam wiped the smile off his face and pointed to the TV. "Nothing, sir. Just smiling at the Care Bears." Chapter 32. Adam and Ollie sat on the tile floor of the playroom and booted up the Nintendo. Morris, Adam's yellow tabby, who was actually the neighbor's cat, but Morris had come over to the Youngs' house so often that the neighbor said they could keep him, joined them. Adam had a lot of movie-based games, Jaws, Gremlins 2, The Karate Kid, Batman, but there were a few non-movie games like Super Mario Bros. 3 and DuckTales. Adam watched his friend blast through Mario, since he loved watching other people play games. Even time travel couldn't beat that out of him. "Did you see Child's Play 2 yesterday?" Ollie asked, without taking his eyes off the screen. "Yes, it was great. Did you?" "No, my dad won't let me after letting me see the first one." "That sucks. Parts 2 and 3 are great, in my opinion." He stopped himself. Mario also stopped moving across the colorful 2D landscape. Ollie was looking right at him. "There is no Part 3, he said to Adam. Adam just sat there on the tile floor, his mouth open stupidly. Then he remembered what Tabret had told him about accidentally letting little things about the future slip. People were supposed to forget about them after a few minutes. All Adam had to do was wait. Or he could have fun with it. For the next 30 minutes, he recapped the entire plots of both Child's Play 2 and 3 to Ollie. 10 minutes after that, Ollie forgot everything. But before that, he looked delighted. Ollie was playing Jaws now, keeping his avatar at the water's surface as the sharks swam below. It was a trick Adam had learned to exploit. It didn't always work, but it kept him safe most of the time. When Adam finally asked, "Why did you kill that caterpillar earlier?"
Ollie looked at him again.
I told you, I was cutting the baby out. But why? Was there even a baby? How would you know? And why would you cut it out?
Ollie dropped the controller, put his hands to his ears, and screamed. The sound was piercing, like the whistle of a tea kettle. Adam's eyes watered, being so close to the source. Ollie screamed for at least 10 seconds before he finally lost steam and just sat there. Mom ran into the playroom.
What the hell is going on? She asked.
Adam looked up at her.
I don't know. Ollie just started screaming.
He wanted to lie, but she clearly heard the scream. He hoped she wouldn't ask why.
Why?
She asked. Adam looked around the room, looking for some excuse other than the truth. He found it when he looked at the screen.
He got eaten by the shark.
Mom looked confused at first, but then looked at the small square TV.
Oh, I thought somebody was being killed up in here.
She turned around and left the boys to their play. Ollie took the game cartridge out and popped DuckTales in. He seemed to have completely forgotten about his little fit a minute ago. Adam watched him without a word. Chapter 33. The rest of the day was much happier. Adam and Ollie walked over to Karen's house. She wore a loose pink shirt with white pants, and Adam had admired her fashion sense when they were kids the first time around. It was a painfully early 90s look, leaving adult Adam to wonder what he was thinking. But he was an 8-year-old kid at the time, not yet coming into his own identity. At the time, he relied on others to shape his likes and dislikes. Though Adam admired Karen very much, there were some things she liked that he didn't. She loved the Beach Boys, which she currently played for him and Ollie as they built a Lego hospital on her bedroom floor. A parakeet sat in its cage by one of her 2 windows, chirping away noisily. Maybe it didn't like the music either. Adam admired the hospital they were building. It had a bunch of little rooms, nooks and crannies. They were building without any instructions, relying completely on their imaginations. It was some of the most fun Adam had in, well, a long time. He wasn't even sure how long. He was almost 40, and he couldn't think of any significant events from his 20s and up.
Adam?
Karen said from far away. He came back to his senses and looked at her.
What? I said, do you want to go outside and play Steal the Bacon?
He was confused at first, but then a spark of memory came to him. He remembered the game fondly.
Hell yeah,
he said too loudly. Karen blushed fiercely. The brown freckles on her cheeks suddenly became darker. The 3 kids got up and left the room. Mr. Walker sat in his recliner, spitting dip into an empty Coke bottle and watching TV. He didn't look at them as they walked out the front door. Steal the Bacon is a fun game, but it requires more than 3 people. Karen walked over to her neighbor's house, which was also part of the court, and recruited 3 more kids. Adam vaguely remembered them, but couldn't recall their names to save his life. He asked Ollie, who looked at him weird, before calling them the Baxters. Ollie grabbed a large stick from Adam's yard and placed it directly in the center of the court. The 2 teams of 3 went to separate sides, then prepared to steal the bacon. It required someone to grab the stick and bring it back to their side without being tagged by the other team.
Go!
Karen screamed, and then all 6 kids were off. The Baxter kids got to the bacon first, the youngest and skinniest, grabbing it and starting back toward his side. Adam reached forward to tag him, but he tripped on his own shoestrings. That was when the Baxter kid's heel caught Adam in the center of his forehead. Chapter 34. Adam runs through the dark house, looking for his family. He's already checked Mom and Dad's room, but it's empty. He goes down the hall to the living room. No one is in the den either. That's when he hears a sound like scraping. He follows it until he's standing just before the playroom. Light spills from the room, more specifically from the ice that now makes up the floor. Everything is gone from the room: the couch, the toy box, the TV, and, most noticeably, the Christmas tree. Now there is only a man, who appears to be skating on the ice. The man seems oblivious to him, though. "Hello," Adam says. The man finally stops skating and looks at him. It's Adam, though not the 8-year-old version standing in the dining room. This is the 35-year-old version. He's standing there in a white t-shirt and jeans, with an orange beanie atop his head. "I finally learned to ice skate," he says. "It's amazing what you can learn when you finally get the time." "Are you me?" little Adam asks. "Sort of. I'm an Adam." "What does that mean?" "I'm your subconscious, and I'm tired of being ignored. You should go back to your world and forget about your little quest." "My little quest? You mean the one where I'm trying to find out who killed our dad?" "Yeah, that one." Little Adam is dumbfounded. Big Adam seems completely nonchalant about this. He even starts skating again. "Why should I stop?" little Adam finally asks. "Because," Big Adam shouts over his shoulder as he glides toward a corner. "You won't like what you find. Not at all. I didn't." You know who killed him?" "Yes." "Then tell me." "No." Little Adam steps onto the ice with his bare feet. It's cold, like he suspected, but what he didn't suspect was that the cold would completely travel up his legs and to his stomach. "Why not?" he asks. "Because it's bad. Too bad for your little mind to handle." "Is it someone I know? Can you at least tell me that?" "Yes." Little Adam waits for a moment and then says, "Yes, it's someone I know?" "Yes." Big Adam suddenly looks down at the ice. Shit, the house is awake. Gotta scram. He glides to the door in the corner and suddenly starts skating through the backyard, which little Adam assumes is also made of ice now, and around the above-ground swimming pool. Little Adam is about to go after him when the house suddenly lurches. He looks down at the ice, the way Big Adam did, and sees something deep down there. It's big and round, and it's looking directly at him. It's an eye. Little Adam turns and runs toward the front door as the house comes alive around him. Arms reach out of the walls. Adam hears only his feet slapping the pavement of the front porch, almost as if there's nothing at all going on behind him. He keeps running, though, not daring to look behind him. He's on the grass now, approaching the court. He decides that when he gets there, he'll chance looking back. But he never makes it. A hand grabs his ankles and pulls him back toward the house. That's when Adam gets a good look at the eerily quiet house. It's alive. It has eyes and arms and hands. Grasping hands. Horrible hands. Chapter 35. Adam awoke and lifted his head away from the pillow. A hand reached out of that pillow, almost grabbing his face. He yelped, and the hand retreated back into the pillow. He looked around, his heart racing, and noticed he was in the living room. He lay upon the couch, in front of the TV, which was playing Scrooged. His forehead suddenly hurt, and he placed a palm against it. He found a bandage there. It all came back to him then. He'd been playing Steal the Bacon with his friends when he'd accidentally been kicked in the head. Then came a random assortment of images of him in a hospital, a doctor talking to him. His mom and dad stood behind the doctor, looking worried. He heard something coming from the windows. It was a soft, pleasant sound. He got up and looked through the curtain to see snow falling. From the look of the front yard, it had been falling for a while. The moon reflected off it. The moon. How long had he been out? "Hey, son," a voice said from the den to his left.
You feeling okay?" Adam stepped down into the den, where Dad sat in his recliner. Beetlejuice, Dad's favorite movie, played on a little TV that sat high on a dresser in the corner. "Yeah," Adam finally said. "I feel better." Dad patted his lap. "Come here, bud." The nearly 40 part of Adam hadn't sat on anyone's lap since he was a kid, but his 8-year-old brain-kicked side reminded him he was a kid, and that it was okay to act like it. He crawled onto his father's lap, and Dad covered them with a blanket. They watched the movie together for a while. Adam remembered seeing Beetlejuice for the first time in this very den, but it had been under better circumstances. Dad had rented it from Movie Gallery. It was like Blockbuster, except much closer to the house, and the whole family sat on the floor, staring up at the TV and eating popcorn. "You've been in and out of it all day," Dad said quietly. The sound of his voice startled Adam, who had started dozing again. "Doctor said you don't have a concussion, so it's okay to sleep. Do you feel nauseous at all?" "Nauseated," Adam corrected, then cursed himself. That was something adult Adam would say. "I mean, I feel pukey." He rolled his eyes at the way he just kiddied it up. But in truth, he did feel like he would throw up any second. The two continued to watch as Beetlejuice wreaked havoc on the poor Maitlands. Dad laughed when the ghost with the most uttered the F word. "How is this PG?" he asked, and Adam found himself unexpectedly throwing up on his own chest. "It's okay," Dad said as he patted his son's back and then cleaned up the mess. Daddy, can I ask you a question?" He was really laying it on thick now. "Sure, bud." "Who's Cynthia?" Adam heard his father gasp slightly. "Did you hear that at the barber's?" "Yes." "She's a friend." Adam was getting fed up with the pretense. He decided to go all in. "Are you cheating on Mommy?" He didn't care how old he sounded. He knew his father would forget this conversation in a few minutes. A silent moment passed. The snow was falling hard now, beating against the window so loud that it almost overpowered the movie. "It's more complicated than that," Dad finally said. "How so?" That may have been pushing it, because Dad stared at him then. Adam still didn't care. "Your mother and I love each other very much, but sometimes it's hard to be with the same person every single day. Say, for example, if you ate those rally fries every day. I know you love them, but if you ate them every day, you would get sick of them." "You're comparing Mom to seasoned fries?" "When did you get so smart? I think you're watching too much Sesame Street." Dad laughed, but Adam didn't. "What about the drugs?" Adam asked. Dad stopped laughing. "What drugs?" "The drugs you and Uncle Billy did at the beach house last year. I heard you two through the vents. Was it cocaine?" "I am not talking to my 8-year-old son about adultery and cocaine. It's not the 80s anymore." He chuckled at his own joke, then grew serious. "Now go to your room. I don't want to look at you anymore." Adam didn't argue. He got up and walked the long hallway to his room. His parents' bedroom door was closed, and he assumed his mom was asleep, or at least trying to. He closed his door and lay on his bed. Morris joined him, and they watched switching channels in the dark as the snow continued to fall. Christopher Reeve was being tackled by a sassy security guard. Adam loved this movie, so he continued to watch. "I wonder if Mom knows," Adam mused to the yellow feline. "I shouldn't have confronted Dad like that. I didn't like arguing with him." He lay on his side, Morris laying in front of him. He lightly scratched the cat's furry back. Morris farted in gratitude. "Oh my God!" The smell wafted into his nostrils. "I remember this the first time you did it. I didn't like it then either." Chapter 36. Dad woke him up the next morning,
asking if he still wanted to go to church with Ollie. Adam felt much better, so he said yes. He then asked Dad if they were cool. "What are you talking about?" Dad asked, genuinely confused. "Never mind," Adam said, relieved. Even though it had been proven several times, he still worried someone would remember something they weren't supposed to. "Oh, and look out your window," Dad added with a wink before leaving. Adam crawled to the foot of his bed and peeked through the blinds. Then he simply grinned. Just as expected, the ground was nothing but snow. He distinctly remembered being overcome with joy the first time this happened, but over the years he'd become disenchanted with snow. Chalk it up to always having to drive to and from work on hellish, ice-covered roads. He would try not to let his curmudgeonly adult attitude show around his parents. He got up, ready to shower, but when he went to the bathroom, he saw his mom had drawn him a bath. "Shit," he whispered. Mom, who was sitting on the lip of the tub, suddenly looked up at him. "What did you just say?" "Nothing," he said quickly. He hadn't bathed in decades, preferring showers. After his humiliating bath, he got dressed in his finest church clothes. Since the family rarely went to church, he simply had to put on tan slacks and a white dress shirt. He also tossed on a big woolly coat, then walked over to Ollie's house on crunchy, powdery snow. Adam and the Jacobses then piled into the old station wagon and drove, very slowly, to Fort Gordon, listening to gospel music the whole way. Adam then spent the next 3 hours there, first in Sunday school and then church service. The two were located a mile apart, and Mr. Jacobs grumbled about the trip, but he drove all the same. Adam sat on the end of the pew and nodded off when the collection plate came along. He felt bad about that, blaming himself. The pastor definitely wasn't to blame, considering how loud and energetic his sermon was. Adam perked up when it came to the cookies and juice afterward, though. He wandered around the reception area, looking for someone to talk to. There were groups of people his physical age of 8, and others his mental age of 35. He didn't know which one to join. So he went outside. The cold was biting and the snow was blinding, but he felt less claustrophobic. He'd been feeling a little breathless after his little nap on the pew. He hadn't really noticed until he stepped outside. What was going on with him? Was it the kick to the head? He didn't think so. He remembered how he felt the first time he traveled, and started to worry what effect it was having on his health. "You feeling all right?" a young voice asked. Adam turned and saw a little girl standing by herself on a curb. She was holding a Raggedy Ann doll in her arms. "I'm fine," he said, put off by how mature she'd sounded. She couldn't have been older than 6. The girl took a deep breath and said, "I just love this air. It's so 1990. Chapter 37. Adam simply stared at her, dumbfounded. "What makes it so 1990? He asked. She tapped her chin and thought for a moment. Then she said, "Nostalgia, I suppose. You can't be nostalgic for the present." "That's true." Adam stepped closer. "You would have to be some sort of time traveler to consider 1990 as nostalgic." The girl looked down at her doll, kissed its forehead. "I guess you would, wouldn't you?" "I also find 1990 nostalgic," he said cryptically, testing a theory. She sighed. "Let's cut to the chase. Are you friends with Miller or not?" Adam laughed. He couldn't help it. "Yes, but I call her Tabret." She told me never to call her that." "Why?" She shrugged. "She was vague. Something about a terrible incident. Is she cold and distant toward you too?" "No, she's pretty friendly to me." "Weird." Adam took the time to appreciate this event. He knew there were other travelers in the world, other clients for Tabret, but he never thought he would run into one, let alone in his hometown. "I'm Adam." "Courtney." They shook hands. "What made you want to take this trip down memory lane?" He wasn't sure how much to divulge. He didn't know this girl, and his reason felt too personal to share. "Same as you, I guess. How did you even know I was a traveler?" "I didn't. I just always say that nostalgia bit to people to see how they respond. It's pretty weird running into another one in this town. How old are you?" 8. Adam grinned. 35. Courtney scrunched up her face in thought. "You're from 2017? Now it was Adam's turn to scrunch his face. "Aren't you?" She shook her head. "You're not the first I've met from another timeline. Trump was president then, right?" "Yes." "What do you mean, different timeline?" "What, do you think your timeline is the only one?" She scoffed. "Let's just say I'm 56. You do the math." Adam didn't even try. He didn't need to do so to realize she was from the future. "Wow, that blows my mind to think about. Who's president in your year of 2040? You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Fair enough." Adam looked at the light blue sky as if he were looking at the future. He wondered how different things would be 10 years from now. 20. Well, 10 to 20 years from 2017. "Well," he said, after snapping out of his reverie, "are there any tips you can give me? Do you know how to contact Miller while traveling? Like, say, if you wanted to talk to her right now?" Adam shook his head. "I don't think she came up with it until years after your time, but it should still work. Have you ever played Bloody Mary?" "Yes." "It's like that. Go to any mirror and say her name 5 times. Meller, not Tabret. She should hear you." "Do I have to turn off the lights and spark up a candle too?" he asked with a laugh. "You'd be a fool not to." "Courtney," a middle-aged woman called. "Come along, we're leaving." "Good luck," Courtney said over her shoulder to Adam as she walked away. Chapter 38. Ollie and Karen wanted to build a snowman and play in the snow. Adam wanted to take a nap. He built a snowman. As tired as he wasn't going to miss spending time with the friends he'd lost touch with decades ago. There was so much snow that it was difficult to tell where the curbs ended and the roads began. There were some slushy tire tracks in the court from where the neighbors left their houses. Adam felt the biting cold through his gloves as he patted down the snow on the snowman's stomach, but he didn't mind. A lot had changed in 27 years. Adult Adam hated the cold, but when he was a kid, he hadn't minded one bit. Hell, he didn't even remember feeling cold until he was in his 20s, though the more he played in this weather, the less cold he felt. He would have chalked it up to just becoming warmer as he moved, but deep down, he wondered if he was becoming more childlike the longer he stayed in his younger self. He planned to ask Tabret about that when he contacted her via Courtney's method. After the snowman was built, Adam stood next to it, in the center of the court, and basked in the nostalgia. He hadn't had this kind of fun in so long. He had vague memories of this day during his initial run, and he worked hard to sear it into his mind so he could recall it vividly after he returned to his adult life. The kids then found themselves in Adam's plastic playhouse in the far corner of the backyard. It had a red V-shaped roof and yellow walls, with little windows and shutters that were completely closed to keep out the cold. The house was very small and barely fit the 3 children. There were 2 red benches directly across from each other. Adam sat on one, with Ollie and Karen on the other. "What do you guys want to be when you grow up?" he asked them. He hated that he'd lost touch with them, and though he knew they wouldn't be able to foretell where they would end up, he was still curious as to what they thought the future would be like. "I want to be a Ninja Turtle," Karen said. Adam grinned. He knew she loved the turtles, had even reenacted the entire movie to them as they sat on the curb in front of her house. Adam had seen the movie before that. Ollie's father forbade him because of the violence and the use of the word damn, so he could say her recount had been very accurate. "All the turtles are boys," Ollie said. "So, I can be a girl turtle." She stuck her tongue out at him. "What about you?" Adam asked his chauvinistic friend. Ollie shrugged. "Do you want to be an astronaut, a cowboy, a Jedi?" Adam smiled. "I want to be alive." Adam's smile quickly evaporated. "What do you mean? What makes you think you won't be alive in the future?" "I dreamed about it." Adam suddenly grew very warm in the tiny cold house. "What kind of dream?" "I dreamed I was sick and dying, and it was 2017. 2017 was a very specific year. Too specific. Adam believed Ollie about this dream. Was it like his dream, where he met himself in the playroom? "You won't die in 2017, he said to Ollie. "I just so happen to be visiting from 2017, and you're still alive and happy." Adam didn't know if that was true, but it didn't matter. And he didn't worry about telling his friend this. Even if he didn't forget, the 8-year-old Ollie couldn't do anything damaging with this information. Besides, Adam's little deception seemed to do the trick, because Ollie was smiling. Chapter 39. Karen's parents called her back home around 5, and Ollie was tired, so Adam went inside and looked for something to do. He dove into his giant toy box in the playroom and was awash in his childhood. Among the toys were a baby doll with the head dangling from multicolored wires, a Viewmaster with slides consisting of famous landmarks, and a driving simulator complete with a steering wheel and gear shift. He wished he could take all of this stuff back with him. He toyed with the idea of burying his favorites in the little courtyard between the front of the house and the waist-high brick wall, then digging them up in 2017. He then stared at the Christmas tree and wondered if he should return for the holiday. He would try again to go straight to the night Dad died, but if, once again, he couldn't connect to it, Christmas morning 1990 would be his backup. Once it grew too cold to stay in the playroom, which had no climate control, he gathered the Viewmaster and driving simulator and then headed for his room. Along the way, he heard a typewriter clacking away, with an angry voice on top of that. "That's right, girl," Mom said. "Some 19-year-old heifer. I just found out she works at the Piggly Wiggly down the street. She works tomorrow night." More clacking. "You know I'm going to confront her. Yes, you do." Mom laughed uproariously. "No, I'm not going to knock her out. I may be a crazy bitch, but I'm not that crazy." Clickety-clack. "No, girl, he's at work. Or so he says." "What?" "Oh, that's my typewriter. I'm working on my novel." Adam gasped. She wrote that manuscript he found? All these years, he thought Dad had written it, and Mom had let him believe that. Well, he would remedy his mistake when he returned. As for the heifer, he would also make sure he was there when Mom confronted her, because he remembered this confrontation. It was a nasty one. He couldn't remember exactly what was said during it, but he remembered the anger between Mom and the other woman, and this time he wanted to meet her. Chapter 40. Adam lay awake later that night, his door wide open. Back then he had been terrified to close it, but now, adult Adam hated keeping it open. Right now, however, he didn't care. He couldn't get Ollie's dream out of his head, Was Adam's presence affecting his friends? He sat up quickly, scaring Morris. He just remembered that he hadn't contacted Tabret in the mirror yet. He was going on his 3rd day in the past, and he knew she would be pissed about that, so he didn't want to risk returning to the present just to talk to her. He got up and crossed the hall to the bathroom. There was a scented candle under the sink, for Mom's, and sometimes Dad's, alone-time baths. He set it on the counter, lit it with a lighter, then turned off the light. He stared at his reflection for a few seconds, his face eerily underlit. He wasn't sure this would work, and felt like a fool for even trying. But he had nothing to lose. He said Meller 5 times. A whole minute went by, then 4 more, the only sounds being the flicker of the flame and the occasional squirrel running around on the roof. He was about to pack up the candle when he noticed something in the mirror. A silhouette of a face slowly faded in from the darkness. Even though Adam knew who it was, he still couldn't help but wonder if this was what Bloody Mary looked like. As the face grew closer, he wondered if Tabret was, in fact, Bloody Mary. Was the legend based on her? "Hello?" Tabret asked. "Who's there? What is this?" Adam could see her face more clearly now. Well, half her face. Her left side was covered in light, her right in shadow. Her trademark wild gray hair still stood up wildly. "Tabret, it's me, Adam." She squinted. "How are you doing this?" "I met another time traveler today. She said you developed this way of communicating with your customers." She scratched her chin. "No, I haven't. What's this guy's name?" "Her name is Courtney." "I remember every customer's name, and I've never had one named Courtney." Adam grinned. "Not yet, anyway." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Courtney's from the future." "So are you." "I mean from our future." That didn't seem to sit well with Tabret. "You mean someone from beyond 2017? "Yes." "And she taught you how to do this?" "Yes," Adam said uneasily. "She said you come up with it years from now. Well, years from 2017. Hey, maybe you come up with it because I told you now." "Don't flatter yourself. I've been working on something like this for a while. Nice to know I succeeded. When are you returning? You're pushing it as it is." "Sorry, I was hoping to stay one more day. My mom is going to confront a woman tomorrow after I get off school. My dad is cheating on my mom with this woman. She may have something to do with my dad's death. I've never had someone do this for 3 days. I'll need to free up another tub, I suppose." "Fine. How are you feeling? You look sweaty." "I'm a little sick. I got kicked in the head when I was playing with my friends. Tabret, I had so much fun. More fun than I've had in decades." She smiled at that. "That's why I do this. Come back as soon as you can, though." Tabret seemed distracted now as she walked away from the mirror. Adam watched her go, then blew out the candle. Chapter 41. "Up and Adam," Mom said from his bedroom door a few hours later. When he was younger, he'd always thought she was saying up and Adam. Of course, now he knew better. He groaned out of reflex, then remembered what today was. Well, it was just a typical day for a typical 8-year-old Adam. But for old Adam, it was a chance to experience elementary school with his friends again. He jumped out of bed and got dressed, then met his friends at the bus stop at the end of the street. "Sit down already," the bus driver yelled. Adam remembered this awful man as he sat down next to Ollie 3 rows back. He had always yelled at the kids for being too loud, or standing up during the commute, or simply taking too long to get off the bus. The man was just plain bitter. Adam put that out of his mind, though, and enjoyed the trip to Windsor Meadow Elementary.
He hadn't spent much time at this school before transferring to another in 1992. The bus traveled down a very steep highway split by a very large mound of earth that could almost be called a mountain. Adam had almost forgotten the scenic beauty near his childhood home that consisted of lots of forests that lined this highway. He didn't see stuff like this where he lived in Texas. Windsor Meadow was nestled in a large clearing to the right. The bus pulled into a lot lined with other buses, and the kids filed out onto a canopied sidewalk. Adam couldn't remember where his homeroom was, but he did know he and Ollie had the same one, so he followed his friend. A few minutes later, Adam sat in a small classroom full of children. He knew he was smarter than all of them and wondered if he should dumb himself down. Would better grades change his future? Tabbert had said only significant things like killing people who didn't originally die, or creating life that wasn't originally there in the time period, would cause ripples. Everything else would slowly but eventually find its way back into its original groove. He decided to test that. In math class, he answered all the problems effortlessly. It was his worst subject growing up, so he took joy in that. He also blew through his other classes. His grades came back terrible. His worksheets were a mess of markings. First, each teacher marked them with 100, but then each seemed to have a change of heart. 50s and 60s followed. It was a bizarre thing to witness, but Adam shrugged it off. He wasn't here to cheat in school anyway, and he was secretly glad for this failsafe. Recess, however, was something that couldn't be ruined. The playground was a long patch of land that ran the length of a portion of the school. It was set next to a sandy trench that sloped downward the farther it went, though both were covered with snow. Adam almost forgot how weird, yet oddly atmospheric, this playground was. "Race you to the end?" Ollie said to him. Adam looked to the right, where all the equipment rested. Then he looked straight ahead, to the long trench where other kids mingled. Racing would be a challenge, considering the trench was less than 10 feet wide. But it would be a fun challenge. "Me too," Karen said. She took off her glasses, which she only wore at school, and put them in her shirt pocket. The three friends lined up at the trench's entrance, with Adam in the middle. He plotted his course. There were at least 20 kids between here and the end. 3, 2, 1, go! Ollie yelled, and then started running as fast as he could. As expected, he and the others ran into every kid in their way. Adam ducked and weaved, managed to get a lead on his friends. The good fortune ended there, though. A huge knot of kids made up the rest of the trench as the children migrated from the playground. So Adam decided to do the opposite. He climbed the wooden lip of the trench and ran through the much more spacious playground. He ran past jungle gyms and swing sets and slides. He vividly remembered this place in his adult years, but being here again made his head swim. In a good way. He looked down at his friends in the trench. They were caught in a knot halfway to the finish line. Once Adam was past the clog, he jumped back into the trench and hauled ass to the end with a smile on his face. Ollie and Karen joined him a few seconds later. "You cheated," Ollie panted. "You never said we had to stay in the trench," Adam said. Chapter 42. When school finally let out, Adam ran out into the bus area looking for his transportation. What was the number? As he quickly made his way along the row of yellow buses, he located one numbered 31 and quickly got on. He was breathing hard as he took a seat close to the front, wondering why he felt uneasy. He didn't recognize a single person, and the driver was a woman. After nearly 5 minutes, he realized he was on the wrong bus. He jumped from his seat just as the driver began closing the door. He made it out onto the sidewalk and ran to the front of the row,
knowing none of the buses behind him were 13. The buses near the front started taking off, and he panicked. Finally, he located his bus and pounded on the door just as it started to move. The bus quickly halted, and for a moment, the driver stared at him with a look that could melt ice. Then he opened the door. Adam walked up the steps and stared back at the driver, who had dark wrinkled skin and bad teeth. White beard stubble stuck out on his cheeks. "Take your seat, damn it!" he shouted, and Adam sat next to a boy in the last row. Gazing out the window as they left the school parking lot calmed Adam a bit. The scenery was beautiful. The bus turned left onto Windsor Meadow Road and chugged up the very steep hill. The small grassy mountain separated the main road, and Adam caught the oncoming traffic on the other side just before the landmark cut off his view. The school he attended may not have been all that nice to look at, but the area in which it was located was pleasing. It was hard for Adam to believe he had always lived right down the street from this valley and never appreciated it. He had a nasty run-in with the grumpy bus driver when he failed to get off the bus quickly enough. It hadn't been Adam's fault, though. He had been sitting in the back, and when the bus stopped at his street, he got up immediately, but couldn't make it past the kids who had been standing in the aisle. When he finally did get to the front, the driver had closed the door and started driving off. Adam asked him to stop, prompting the old man to go into a tirade, angrily telling Adam to be faster next time, asking him if he was too stupid to recognize his own stop. "What's your name, sir?" Adam said through gritted teeth. "Excuse me?" the old man said. "I asked what your name is." "Harvey." "What's your last name?" "Littleman." He looked absolutely scandalized now. "Well, Harvey Littleman, you are a very nasty man and you need to learn manners. I couldn't get to the front of the bus faster because the kids were in my way. So how about you lighten up before you find yourself without a job?" Adam walked down the long street toward the court, with what appeared to be tears streaming down his face. It wasn't old Adam crying, but young Adam. Apparently, this incident happened before, but old Adam hadn't remembered. Just the universe course-correcting. He wasn't sad, though. He was a little angry at the argument, but he also felt he'd gotten the upper hand. The bus driver hadn't expected a little boy to talk to him like that, and that delighted Adam. Along the way, Karen and Ollie tried to console him. Mom and Dad weren't home yet, so he went to Karen's house as planned. When he got there, he sat in front of the fireplace, staring at the flames. He thought about how some people were so mean. What caused them to go into such terrible moods? After an untold amount of time, he heard voices talking behind him. "He's been sitting in front of that fire for an hour," Mrs. Walker said. She didn't sound worried. "He loves to stare at it," Mom said. Adam turned around and saw the two women talking behind the couch just off the foyer. He stood up and realized his knees were sore from sitting on them. Had he really been sitting there for an hour? "Karen told me the bus driver yelled at him," Mrs. Walker said next. "Adam was in tears when he got here, but he didn't seem that torn up about it." "The bus driver yelled at him?" Mom seemed suddenly pissed. "Why?" "Adam held the bus up longer than the driver cared for. I've heard so many complaints about that man. I hope he gets fired one day. That day may come sooner rather than later." Adam grinned at that. "What are you grinning at?" Mom asked, grinning herself. "Nothing." "Okay, come on. I have to run an errand and your dad isn't home yet." "He can stay here if you want," Mrs. Walker said. Adam panicked. "No, thank you, Mrs. Walker. I've taken up too much of your time already." The two moms stared at him, baffled. "Dumb it down, idiot," he chastised himself. "I mean, I want to run errands with you, Mommy." "Aw, you do, sweetie?" she asked with the kind of voice you use to talk to babies. He nodded quickly. Then he heard a rough male voice coming from the end of the hall directly in front of him. "Where are your glasses, little girl?" Karen's dad said. "I don't know," Karen replied. Her voice was muffled by distance and tears. "Well, until you find them, you're grounded. You hear me?" Karen's dad came out of her room a second later, chewing on his trademark tobacco and wearing his sleeveless t-shirt. He sat on his recliner, grabbed the empty soda bottle, and spat in it. "Okay, let's go, sweetie. Thanks, Hannah." She squeezed Mrs. Walker's arm lightly. On the way out the door, Adam caught a glimpse of Karen, sitting at her window and silently crying. She looked so forlorn that it broke his heart. Mom piled Adam into her brown Honda Civic and took him to the grocery store, but they didn't go there for groceries. Mom parked in the lot and immediately approached a woman walking out of the store who was younger than her. Adam watched through the back windshield as the two women started yelling at each other. "Who the fuck do you think you are, sleeping with a married man?" Mom asked Cynthia. "Listen, bitch," Cynthia replied. "Don't you come up to my job like this. Don't you dare." "Why the fuck not, heifer? What do I owe you, you fucking whore?" "Don't call me a whore. If you want to yell at somebody, make it your husband. He came to me, not the other way around." "Fuck you both. He just wanted himself a stupid young bitch. What are you, 16? I'm 22, bitch, and the reason he came to me is because you're fucking crazy." That shut Mom up for a moment. Suddenly, Mom slapped Cynthia so hard she left a red handprint on her cheek, and they started fighting, right there in the parking lot of the Piggly Wiggly. There were other people around, and they stared. Eventually, Mom jumped back in the car, but before she could take off, Adam jumped out and ran up to Cynthia. "What's your last name?" he suddenly asked her. "What?" she said, dumbfounded. "Your last name." "Adam," Mom called. "Get your ass back in this car." "Your last name, please." "Swanson," she said, still confused. "And your mom is crazy." "Don't I know it?" He ran back to the car and hopped in the passenger seat. Cynthia managed to throw a soda can at the back windshield. Mom kept on driving, though, and Adam could feel her rage filling the car. "I'm gonna kill that bitch," she shouted to no one in particular. "What were you talking to her about?" "I just asked her what her name was. Then I called her a homewrecker." He added that last part for Mom. "Homewrecker?" She laughed. "Where did you learn that word?" "Movies." Chapter 43. Tori was a tad nervous about jogging around the mall without Adam, but he was nowhere to be found. He'd been gone for 2 days, going on 3, and he hadn't said anything about a vacation. She tried calling him, but his phone just rang and rang. Lucky for her that the guard on duty, Rosie, was cool. Tori wound her way around the side of the mall, where she had seen the broken glass a week ago, and headed for the front. She rolled her eyes at the Arby's and Sonic restaurants at the edge of the parking lot. If Adam were working, he would no doubt be eating at one of those places right now. She'd tried getting him off fast food for months, but he claimed he always walked it off during his cardio circuits. He did look slimmer than when he'd moved in with her and Kendall, but he could still do better. As Tori jogged in front of the large front portion of the mall, she felt a presence behind her. The music from her giant headphones had distracted her from her surroundings, at least everything not in her line of sight, so she glanced over her shoulder and screamed when she saw the car slowly following her. There was an old, beat-up town car, and the headlights were turned off. She stopped in place, simply stood there. Her heart had already been racing, but she could swear it actually sped up even more. She removed the headphones, Khalees's milkshake blaring from them. "Sorry to scare you," said a raspy voice from the dark interior. Tori couldn't tell if it was male or female. "I'm looking for Adam Young. Is he working tonight?" Tori clutched her chest, The fright had made her breathless. "No, I don't know where he is." The figure continued to sit there, staring at her. The parking lot lights hadn't come on, so Tori was at the mercy of the restaurant lights far away. She could have used her phone's flashlight, but she was too afraid to turn it on. She was also too afraid to see this person's face. "I see he doesn't share everything with you. That's all right. I'll track him down. Have a nice night." The car drove off, crossing the parking lot and exiting near Sonic. Tori, still baffled by the conversation, was about to start jogging again, but she suddenly felt breathless and dizzy. Her heart palpitated tremendously. She passed out before she could take another step. Chapter 44. She was surrounded by darkness when she woke up. Well, not complete darkness. There was a blurry light behind her, casting a silhouette of her head on the wall before her. Her back hurt, and she noticed she lay on a concrete floor. She propped herself up on her elbows and slowly turned toward the light. A woman sat next to a lantern. Tori jumped to her feet, then instantly regretted it. Her heart pounded in her head, and she stumbled. "Careful, honey," the woman said. "I found you conked out on the sidewalk. I think you worked out too much." "No such thing," Tori said with a laugh. "Where are we?" "The cinema," the woman said with a flourish. Tori looked to her right and saw a small theater screen, vaguely illuminated by the lantern. "Are you Amelia?" she asked the woman. "I am. Adam told me about you. I was starting to think he'd made you up." "You feeling all right?" Amelia asked. Tori looked down and saw that she was massaging her sternum. "I'm fine, just anxiety." "What do you have to be anxious about?" "It was my stupid dentist. A few months ago, I went in to get a deep cleaning and he checked my blood pressure. Said I was pre-hypertensive and that I could have a heart attack just walking down the street. 3 days later, I had my first ever panic attack. Since I didn't know what it was, I assumed it was the fabled heart attack the dentist warned me about. I went to the ER, but the cardiologist said my heart was fine." "Oh, my, that sounds awful." "It was scary, but it was just too much caffeine raising my blood pressure. So I cut back, and now it's normal. I still get palpitations sometimes, though." "Well, I'm sorry to hear that," Amelia said quietly as she looked toward the silver screen. Tori suddenly realized how petty her problems sounded compared to the homeless woman's. "I'm sorry. I know a lot of other people have it worse than me." Amelia quickly looked at her. "Oh, no, it's not that. It's just, my husband also had high blood pressure before. He was taken. Adam told me about that. You think a man took him." "I know a man took him," Amelia said heatedly. "The same man who killed those kids." "What kids?" Amelia retrieved something from behind her and handed it to Tori. It was today's newspaper. Tori couldn't remember the last time she'd read one of these. The paper was open to a story about 3 people in their early 20s who'd gone missing. 2 men, brothers, and 1 woman. "The girl worked at the GNC in this mall," Amelia said. "She was dating one of those boys. The other was his brother." "Was?" Tori asked as she sat down. "They're dead." "How do you know?" "I heard the screams. They echoed throughout the mall." That sent an undeniable shiver down Tori's spine. "Did you tell the police?" Amelia quickly shook her head. "I can't tell them I'm here or they'll make me leave. Besides, they wouldn't believe me." "I'm sure that's not true." Tori reached over the lantern and caressed the woman's shoulder. "Adam didn't believe me." "Well, I believe you. I think we found the store where these 3 were killed. I found blood. I'll talk to Adam when he gets back." "Back from where?" Tori sighed. "I wish I knew." "It doesn't matter," Amelia said next. "He won't believe me. No one ever believes me." "What do you mean?" "My husband never believed me when I told him people were following me everywhere I went. Every time I went to Walmart, for instance, I'd see the same people following me around the store, looking at all the stuff I looked at. If I took something off a shelf, looked at it, then put it back, those people would grab that item and examine it. I used to grab a baseball bat and carry that around to show those motherfuckers I wasn't scared of them." Tori said nothing. She was starting to see why people had a hard time believing this poor woman. "And one time, I went to visit my ailing mother in another state, and I saw those same people over there following me. My mama saw them too. And don't even get me started on some woman who kept parking behind my house every damn night. I'm telling you, she was spying on us through our internet." Tori nodded kindly. She didn't believe a word the woman said, and figured she was dealing with a schizophrenic. She also knew Amelia would only believe what she wanted to believe, and that arguing with her would be pointless. "You don't believe me," Amelia said suddenly, pulling Tori from her thoughts. "I see that look on your face. It's the same my husband gave me every time I told him about it." "I believe you," Tori lied. "I was just wondering, how did you and your husband end up homeless?" "We fell on hard times," Amelia said, scratching her head and looking around. "Herbert's job let him go, and I think that's why the people followed me around. They wanted to make sure we didn't give away any of the company's secrets. They had our phones tapped, too. I always heard static on the line. They must have sent someone to kill Herbert. They left me because I don't know anything." Tori grew more uncomfortable by the second. She didn't believe people ever followed Amelia, especially not to other states. But she did believe her about the kids being killed in the mall. "Amelia, I promise I'll help you find out what happened to your husband and those kids. Okay?" After a brief moment of thought, Amelia nodded. Chapter 45. Adam made sure his parents were absolutely dead to the world before he left his room. He crept through the quiet, dark hallway toward the foyer. The only sound was the refrigerator's hum. He grabbed his mom's car keys off the hook by the door, slowly opened the front door, and hopped in the car. He was wary of driving this beat-up old thing and prayed it wouldn't break down. Mom always parked in the yard, near her and Dad's bedroom window, and Adam knew he was too small and weak to push the car down the street before starting it, so he hoped and prayed the ignition wouldn't wake them. Even if it did, he doubted they would remember him stealing the car later on. It wasn't a significant event. He turned the key and the Honda roared to life. He immediately put the car in gear and drove onto the snow-covered street. He could barely see over the steering wheel, but he could see enough. He turned left onto a long-ass road, a road that made him extremely lonely on this cold, dark night, and then turned left to get to Windsor Meadow Road. After a few minutes, he remembered to put on his seatbelt. The car made a lot of noise whenever he pressed the gas, and the heater only blew out cool air, but he had his nice little winter coat, beanie, and gloves, so he wasn't complaining. He drove down the steep hill and past the mountain, then pulled into the school's parking lot. He parked in the drop-off pickup lane, which was the closest he could get to the playground, and turned off the car. In a perfect world, he would have left it running, but he didn't know how long it would take him to find what he was looking for, and he didn't want to waste any more gas. The needle was hovering over empty. He ran around to the back of the building and was instantly in the playground. He stood at the trench's entrance and looked around. He hopped up to the equipment and searched there. The swings, jungle gym, playhouse. Everywhere he could remember playing with Ollie and Karen. Karen's glasses had to be somewhere. A noise from behind startled him. Adam spun around and looked at the edge of the school. He was still getting used to having perfect vision at this age. He would get his first pair of glasses at age 13, and could just barely see the car's hatchback from here. His hearing was just as good, and he could have sworn he heard footsteps in the snow.
He heard nothing now, though, so he went back to searching. He made his way to the end of the trench, where the race had concluded. The three had spent a few minutes down there discussing whether or not Adam had cheated. He vividly remembered Karen putting her glasses in her pocket before the race, at the start of the trench. He hopped down and searched the mush and snow and mud. After a couple of minutes, he found what he was looking for. The glasses were dirty, the lenses misted, but they were unharmed. He held on to them, not wanting to make the same mistake Karen had by putting them in his pocket and risking losing them again, and started toward the trench's entrance once again. He managed to get home without any incidents. He parked the car in the front yard, using the indent it had left in the snow before he left. He then jogged over to Karen's house and lightly tapped on her window, which faced the front of the house. After 2 minutes, she finally appeared.
"What?"
she asked groggily, rubbing her eyes. They both sat on their knees on either side of the window.
"I found your glasses,"
Adam said quietly.
"You left them in the playground."
She took the glasses from him, smiling.
"Thank you. I'll tell Daddy I found them under my bed."
Adam smiled at her quick thinking. Hopefully, by tomorrow morning, she would no longer be grounded.
"Did you go to school to get my glasses?"
Karen suddenly asked. Adam grew nervous at the question. Sure, Karen was only 8, and she shouldn't think that what he'd done was weird, but he felt he was crossing into dangerous territory by lingering here. Hopefully she would forget about this. He also prayed the glasses wouldn't magically return to the playground after a few minutes.
"Yes, but it wasn't a big deal. Go back to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow." "Okay,"
she said with a smile. Chapter 46. Adam pulled himself out of the bathtub and removed the sleep mask. He just barely managed to grab a towel before Tabret charged in.
"About time you came back. 3 days, Adam."
"I know, but it was worth it, I think."
"That's good to hear."
Adam got dressed in private, then joined Tabret in the kitchen. He summarized his adventures in 1990, which Tabret seemed to love. She started to get up, and Adam followed suit.
"Whoa, what are you doing?"
she asked. "I thought we were still talking."
"No, I think we're done. I have to clean up now."
"What do you do with the bath water after people are done? You said there's a special cleanup procedure." Tabret just stood there, staring at him.
"Don't you worry your pretty little head what I do. Now I suggest you get on home now. Don't you have to go to work?"
Adam stared at her for a moment, trying to understand her attitude. He had been willing to go along for the ride, considering the bizarre situation he'd found himself in, but after recent events, he felt he should know more about her intentions. "Fine," he said as he stood up and headed for the door. After Tabret collected some of Adam's bath water in an empty water jug, she retreated to the room at the end of the hall. The hum intensified for a moment while the door was open, then diminished after she closed it. Chapter 47. Adam was hoping for some quiet time when he got home, to reflect on what he'd learned in the past, but was immediately assaulted by Tori the moment he stepped through the door. It was after midnight, just like it had been when he'd left 1990, but Tori seemed wide awake.
"I met Amelia tonight,"
she said quickly.
"We have to do something to help her."
"Whoa, what? You met her? When?" He sat down at the computer in the corner.
"Tonight. I went up to the mall to jog, and I passed out. She helped me."
"Why did you pass out? Are you okay?" He started to stand again, but she stopped him.
"I'm fine. Just overexerted myself. Anyway, she told me about the kids who were killed in the mall."
Adam sighed as he pulled up the internet's browser. "Don't listen to her. The maintenance guy told me all about her.
She's schizophrenic.
I know that.
Did she also tell you her husband left her because she constantly believed people were spying on her?
Yes, smartass. She told me that too. Well, she said her husband was killed.
He wasn't. He just left her. Tori tossed something onto the keyboard. It was a newspaper. He picked it up. What's this?
Those are the kids she said were killed.
He stared at the picture and read the article.
I think Amelia is scared to death the man will eventually come for her. We have to help.
How can we? Are we going to let her move in with us?
I offered, Tori said as she put her hands on her hips. She turned me down. That doesn't mean that there's not a killer on the loose. What if he kills more people?
I hate to burst your bubble, Tori, but what if she's the killer? Adam didn't know why he said it. The thought hadn't even occurred to him until the words were out. He felt bad for saying them, as they put a negative stereotype on the mentally ill, but Bob's words rang in his head.
No one really knows what happened the night these kids disappeared, Adam said, and there's no way to know.
I'll keep my eyes open at work, though.
You haven't been keeping your eyes open?
Tori asked with a grin, clearly lightening up after the argument. You know me. I'm lazy as hell.
Tori laughed. Where have you been the past 3 days?
I visited some family in Georgia. The words just came to him instantly, and they weren't a lie.
So I guess your friend didn't find you.
What friend?
Someone asked for you at the mall.
Did they leave a name?
No, but they had a raspy voice.
Adam tried to think of who would come to see him. Only his roommates knew he worked there. He barely talked to any of his other friends, and had been too embarrassed to tell them that he worked as mall security.
Panic attack, Tori was saying.
What?
I said they triggered a panic attack. I think that's why I passed out. I've never passed out because of a panic attack before. How long are you going to be on the computer?
I'm not on. I just sat down. He stood up and walked through her room to the back porch. He had some thinking to do. Chapter 48. Though Adam worked his next few shifts, he wasn't entirely present. Was Ollie still alive? Adam had tried looking him up on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. No trace. Of course, that didn't mean Ollie was dead. He could just be private. Adam walked throughout the mall, marveling at how different it seemed during the day. He'd traded shifts with Rosie so she could get what she called another abortion. He almost didn't do it, though he didn't care one way or another what women did with their bodies. But Rosie had seemed nervous and desperate to get it done, so he said yes to the change. As for the mall, some of the stores were actually open, which made for an even more depressing atmosphere than when all the stores were closed at night. At least then, they had a reason to be closed. During the day, the mall looked like a mouth with a lot of missing teeth. Adam felt a pang every time he passed GNC. Rosie had told him that the missing girl worked there before the lease expired. He wanted to visit Amelia in the theater, but it felt awkward to do so with the few customers walking around. So he kept up his circuit. He passed Spencer's Gifts, a store he hadn't visited in a while. Since this was his first day shift ever, this was the first time he'd seen it open. He went in and browsed. A bored-looking girl stood behind the cashier's counter, staring at her phone. Adam had fond memories of this store, though the last time he'd stepped foot in one was 2002, back in the mall's heyday. He'd bought a plasma ball, which he'd clumsily broken while moving into the townhouse. He headed toward the back to look for a replacement when he saw something that sent a shiver of nostalgia through his body. He grabbed it and took it and the plasma ball to the register. "Gaw, I love this movie," the cashier said, admiring the item. "So did my dad," Adam said with a smile. Mom called him as he headed back to the office. "Hey, Mom." Hey, honey, what are you up to? Nothing, just at work. I thought you worked nights. I do. I just traded with someone who had something to do. Oh, that was nice of you. What happened to the audiobook? It took him a moment to realize what she was talking about. Oh, I forgot. It's been a busy week. I'll do this week's chapter tonight. He paused when he remembered what he'd learned about the book. Mom, did you write that book? Mom was a long time in replying. What makes you think I wrote it? She finally asked. I just have this memory of you typing on a typewriter. It was the day before you confronted that woman who was cheating with Dad. What? How do you remember that? You were, what, 8? I've been remembering a lot of things lately. He grinned knowingly. Me too. I remember you calling her a homewrecker. Mom laughed. Do you remember that? Yeah, I do, he said nervously. He hoped she would forget that, but perhaps the universe hadn't deemed that significant enough to correct. Why did you tell me Dad wrote it? I didn't, honey. You just assumed he did. You idolized him, and I didn't want to tarnish the way you saw him. Mom, you didn't have to do that. I know what he was like, that he wasn't perfect. I still love him. I even bought him. He stopped himself. I mean, I just wonder if things would have been different if I'd been with him. In the end, would he have lived? Don't do that, Adam, Mom said quickly. Your father had demons. Nothing could have changed what happened, not even you. I know, he whispered. Those demons got him killed, and Adam wouldn't rest until he found out who'd done this to his dad. I'll redo the intro for the audiobook to give you credit as the author. You don't have to do that. Yes, I do. I love you, Mom. I love you too, sweetie. Thank you. Then something occurred to him. Hey, Mom, when was the last time you heard from Ollie Jacobs? Part 3. Chapter 49. Adam loved airports, but he hated driving to them. He parked in the remote car park, since it was the cheapest per day, and rode the shuttle bus to the terminal. There was something about the old architecture that got to him. Perhaps it made him feel like he was in the 70s when the airport was built. He rode the escalator with his simple backpack filled with a change of clothes, went to the check-in kiosk, then casually walked to his gate since he was 2 hours early. There was a little bookstore across from him, so he browsed for 10 minutes before settling on a book by someone named Donovan Scott. Then he had breakfast at McDonald's. He read and ate to distract himself from the depressing realization that he was eating alone in a corner of a McDonald's in an airport. He couldn't help but think of that dream of him in Canada alone. But this wasn't a dream, and, therefore, he couldn't cry. He settled into his window seat 20 minutes later and stared out at the luggage handlers. The plane's hum soothed him, and he briefly wondered if there were any plane noise ASMR videos out there. He pulled his phone out and searched YouTube. Well, hello again, a female voice said. Adam looked up and saw a flight attendant standing in the aisle. She didn't look familiar, but her voice struck a chord in his memory. Do I know you? He asked warily. She sat down next to him. I suppose I understand why you don't remember. There's nothing nostalgic about 2017. She raised a heavily drawn-in eyebrow. Courtney? He asked, his mouth suddenly gone dry. It's been a while, she said, winking. For me, it's only been a week. She frowned, but didn't say anything. She looked very different from the child he'd met outside of church. Along with the pencil-thin eyebrows, she also wore a lot of makeup. She was also quite tall, her long legs stretching before her. How long have you worked here? He asked. 5 years. You visiting family in Augusta?
No, I did that in December. I'm visiting some friends. So, you're still visiting from the future? Yep. I finally remember this job, so I wanted to revisit it. I'm retired now. Well, now. She did air quotes. So, how did it go? Adam looked at her for a moment, trying to figure out what she was talking about. How did what go? Your dad's death. His heart lurched. Did I tell you about that? Obviously. When? She looked up and tapped her chin, just like she did when she was 6. I can't remember exactly. Time is fuzzy. She laughed at her own joke. Anyway, you were at your wits' end trying to figure out who killed your dad, so you asked me to look into it. You know, from the future, to see if anyone was ever convicted. I did, and told you. Oh boy, I'll bet the universe made you forget. Adam was too shocked to say anything. He didn't recall even telling Courtney about this quest. Was this what it was like for his friends and family after he told them something they weren't supposed to know? It was very disturbing. Tell me again, he croaked out. I'll do you one better. She grabbed a notepad from a pocket and wrote something down on a piece of paper, then ripped that sheet out and handed it to him. I gotta get back to work, she said as she stood. Good luck with that. She pointed to the note, then said, Miller, I want to come back. Adam watched as present Courtney slowly came back to herself. She shook her head, rubbed her eyes, then smiled at Adam. But it was a smile one stranger gives another. This Courtney didn't know Adam, but she clearly knew where she was. She walked away and got to work. Adam went back to looking out the window. What had he been thinking about? Oh yeah, plane noise ASMR videos. He liked the sound of planes. They were soothing. He went to check his phone when he noticed a piece of paper in his hands. It had nothing on it. Chapter 50. Adam wandered through Augusta Regional Airport. It was small and linear, but was oh so very nice to look at. It reminded him of a country club, though he'd never been to one of those before. He'd seen enough of them on TV. Unfortunately, there was a sewage-like stink in the air. He assumed it came from the fog that surrounded the tiny airport. He rented a car from a German girl with an accent so severe and a voice so shy, he had to ask her to repeat herself several times. He drove down the highway. He'd been here in December for Christmas to visit his mom, so he didn't tell her he was coming. His heart sped up at the thought of seeing Ollie again. Adam was ashamed that it had taken an ominous message from past Ollie to even get him to consider visiting present Ollie. It was noon, but it felt late. Adam drove to his childhood home. This was something he hadn't done for 20 years. It had never occurred to him before. The big tree that once settled in the front yard was gone, and the den where he and Dad had watched Beetlejuice looked to have been turned into a garage. Most notably, the above-ground swimming pool was gone. Adam could see that from the street in front of the house. He still felt ashamed of the way he'd neglected that pool when he was a kid. Unable to stall any longer, he drove down the long street, turned right at the stop sign, and drove a little way until he reached Ollie's house on the right. Adam parked in front of it, got out, and trotted up the steep driveway to the front door. The grass was much too thick to walk through. There were 2 new model cars in the driveway, along with an old white refrigerator just past the carport. He knocked. A tall, shaggy-haired young man answered. Adam recognized him immediately. He was also taken aback by his appearance. Ollie wore baggy clothes and had a cell phone to his ear. Rap music played in the background. For a moment, they just stood there, staring at each other. Finally, Ollie recognized Adam and smiled. Holy shit, he said, holding the phone away. Adam Young, you're actually here? Adam shrugged. I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop by, he said jokingly. He made sure to keep their eyes locked. He didn't want Ollie to see the shock on his face. Come in, Ollie said as he backed away. To the person on the phone, he said, Bitch, I'll call you back. He hung up. Who was that? Adam asked. My mom. Adam laughed before he could stop himself. Just kidding, it was my boo. Adam looked around and saw a big high-definition TV in the corner along with a large stereo playing the music. A video game was paused on the screen. He and Ollie sat on the couch. I didn't know if you still lived here, but I decided to take a chance, Adam said. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. The house smelled like an assorted mix of potpourri. You still live in Texas? Ollie asked, turning down the music with a remote. Yeah, it's hot over there. How's your dad and all of them? Dad died about 20 years ago, he replied quietly. Ollie nodded. Sorry to hear about your dad. What happened? Adam's heart thudded in his ears. He didn't want to talk about it. He and Ollie had drifted apart around that time, so he wasn't surprised that Ollie hadn't known about Dad's death. Heart attack? He lied. It's wild that you suddenly decided to look me up. I just had a dream about you recently. He grew quiet. Remember that dream I had when we were kids, about me dying in 2017? Adam hadn't prepared for that question. That's actually why I'm here. I had a dream about that day, and you want to know what's wrong with me? He waved his hand in front of his face. Adam nodded. A hard life of drugs and alcohol. It's taken a toll. Now that Ollie had brought it up, Adam assumed he didn't have to pretend anymore. Ollie's skin was dry and cracked in places, with spots all over. Turns out that dream came true, Ollie went on. All my organs are shutting down. I'll be dead by the end of the year. He'd said it so casually that it was like he'd been talking about the weather. I'm sorry, Ollie. It's okay. I did it to myself. My life was pretty rough as a kid. I lived with my mom and stepdad for a while in the early 90s. He was kind of a bastard. I remember. That was when I was in Connecticut. Was that 1992? Yep. I spent time here and there. Dad got custody of me because Mom didn't even contest it. How's she doing? Adam asked. She's fine. So what are you doing nowadays? Hopefully better than me. I work security at a mall. Not that glamorous. How about you? I do special effects makeup for independent movies. Sweet, Adam yelled. That sounds like the dream. What got you into that? Well, I wasn't allowed to watch horror movies when we were kids, but that didn't stop you from telling me about them. I'm still surprised you were able to predict what Child's Play 3 would be about so perfectly. Ollie narrowed his eyes slyly. How did you do that? I saw the movie eventually, and you were right about everything. Lucky guess. Adam shrugged. Well, you know who else you should be visiting? Karen. Karen? The name came out as a squeak. Adam cleared his throat. Isn't she married or something? Maybe. She was engaged for a minute, but she broke it off. Why? I don't know. You don't keep in touch with her? Adam asked with a grin. Not really. Too much history. He handed Adam a second controller. She talked about you a lot after you moved out of your old house. Are you serious? Yep. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if she broke off her engagement for you. Adam's face burned. Why would she do that? Maybe you two are soulmates. I don't know. Chicks are weird. You wouldn't happen to have her number, would you? Ollie picked up his cell phone and went through his contacts. Adam was almost jealous knowing Ollie had her number. It was an irrational feeling, but it was there. Chapter 51. The two friends spent a while playing video games and reconnecting when, a little after 4, Adam said goodbye and went back to his car. He then sat there for a few minutes with his phone in his hands. He had Karen's number ready to dial, but he just couldn't call. He was so nervous. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity. Adam shook with anticipation. He gripped the steering wheel with his free hand, ready to hang up, when finally someone answered. "Hello?" said a lovely, playful voice. Hi, Karen? This is, Adam Young?" There was a long silence. Had she forgotten him in the 19 years since she last saw him? Ollie had said she'd talked about Adam a lot, right? "Adam from mean old Miss Meacham's class?" she asked. Adam considered the response. The two of them had shared that class their sophomore year of high school, but she'd asked the question as if she were talking to someone she never really cared for. Yeah, that's me." She sounded like she was trying to remember him. "I seem to recall an Adam Young moving to Texas a long time ago and never calling or writing like he promised," she teased. He grinned. "I never promised anything." Karen laughed. "Of course I remember you. I'm glad you called, but how did you get my number?" "Ollie gave it to me. I'm in town for a little while and you thought you and I could hang out?" she finished for him after he faltered. "Is that too much to ask?" He tried to sound sweet and pathetic. "Not at all. I'm not doing anything now if you want to come over to my place." Karen gave him directions. She had moved to a house close to the old barber shop Dad had taken him to, the place where Adam had found out about his father's affair. There was no barber shop now, though. It had been replaced by a cell phone store. Karen's neighborhood was old but cozy. He found her house at the end of the street. He found her at the end of her driveway. He pulled in front of the house and got out slowly. Karen stood there with her arms crossed. She wasn't smiling, but she didn't look unhappy either. She studied him, making him even more nervous. "What?" he finally asked. "So, Ollie still has my number." "Is that a big deal?" "For him, yeah. He hates me." "No, he doesn't. Why would he? You're a lovely girl." "He didn't tell you about the engagement?" "Yeah, he did." Adam suddenly understood. He should have seen it earlier. "You two were engaged, weren't you?" "He didn't tell you the whole story," she guessed. "No, he left out an important detail." "Yep, that's just like him. Come on inside." The house was one story, the front door opening into a dimly lit living room. Karen sat on a couch along the right wall. Adam sat next to her. She was smiling now as she looked over at him. "So," she said, "what's been going on with you?" Where to start? His life story was like a sci-fi movie. He didn't want to talk about it, so he tried to think of a way to spin it in a more positive light. He came up with nothing. "The truth it is, then. My dad died nearly 20 years ago. I work as a security guard for a dead mall, and I'm unmarried with no kids." Karen sat there, stunned at the flow of information he'd just given her. Then she said, "I'm sorry about your dad." "Thanks. Is life good, other than all that stuff?" "I manage." He grinned. "So, you and Ollie got together after I left?" Karen rolled her eyes. "Biggest mistake of my life." "Why did you do it then?" Adam couldn't contain his curiosity. She looked at him, and for a moment he wasn't sure she would answer. Because he reminded me of you. Say what? Adam asked. I remember how kind you were to me, how you went all the way back to Windsor Meadow in the snow to get my glasses after I lost them on the playground. My dad ungrounded me the next morning thanks to you. You remember that? Adam gulped. It seemed the universe let a lot of things slip. To this day, I still wonder how you got all the way to school by yourself. Adam toyed with the idea of telling Karen everything. Would she believe he was a time traveler? It's for me to know, he led. And me to find out, she finished. Would you believe I'm a time traveler and that I was actually a 35-year-old man at that time? She stared, eyes narrowed. I would, yes. Then that's what happened. He grinned. So, do you live here alone? No, I'm married. Hubby and baby are shopping. I needed some time to myself. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. So, you've had a good life? I have. My dad actually changed a lot after Glasses Gate. She laughed at her own joke. He realized he'd overreacted to that situation and actually became a little nicer for a while. That's good. Adam cleared his throat. It's pretty awful what's going on with Ollie. I almost didn't recognize him. Karen frowned. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen him. I just couldn't anymore. We haven't talked in years. I feel terrible, though. You should see him, Adam said. He doesn't have much time left. I know. I will. Adam and Karen spent 30 more minutes catching up. Then he left, feeling lighter than he had in a while. Chapter 52. Adam didn't know if he was prepared for what he had to do next. Visiting Ollie and Karen had been a little scary, considering he hadn't seen them in 19 years, but those had been friendly visits. He didn't plan to be as pleasant to his next stop. He entered the neighborhood, drove up a very steep hill, then carefully looked at the houses on his right until he found the one he wanted. It was a nice gray one-story set in such low land that he practically had to run down the driveway to keep from falling. He saw the old familiar sedan that he'd ridden in numerous times as a kid. It was definitely a product of its time, the early 90s, bought shortly after going to a Milli Vanilli concert. Uncle Billy answered the door seconds after Adam rang the bell. My favorite nephew, he yelled as he shook Adam's hand. What's up, little man? Hey, I was in town, so I figured I'd swing by. Is it a bad time? Adam stepped into the foyer and was immediately struck by nostalgia. The living room was directly ahead, with an old gray felt couch that he used to fall asleep on as a kid. A large stereo system sat on pretty much the entire left wall. There were multiple receivers and tape decks, along with CD players and turntables. A table rested in front of the couch with a bowl full of walnuts. Do you want a drink? Uncle Billy asked as he headed to an enclosed parlor to the right. Do you drink? Sometimes, Adam said as he followed. I'm good, though. The parlor was the size of Adam's Texas bedroom. There was a bar on the left and a sectional and ottoman on the right. He sat on a bar stool while his uncle poured himself a glass of whiskey. How's your mama? He asked Adam. She's fine. I just saw her for Christmas. I actually came here to see some old friends. And to visit your favorite uncle? Adam grinned politely. He couldn't help but wonder if this was what Dad would have looked like had he not been murdered 21 years ago. They'd favored each other greatly, as Adam had been reminded of during his trip to 1989. It was difficult talking to Billy now, wondering what could have been. Uncle Billy, Adam said slowly, I want to talk about Dad. Uncle Billy swirled the ice cubes in his whiskey glass and stared at Adam. His usual jovial self that was just in evidence seconds ago was completely gone now. Why do you want to talk about him? he asked as he took a sip. I recently started remembering stuff from my childhood about him, like how he cheated on Mom with that girl Cynthia Swanson, and how he did cocaine with you at the beach house in 1989. Hold up, Billy interrupted. You're what, almost 40, so I guess it's okay to talk about this. But your dad wasn't a bad man, if that's what you're getting at. It's not. I loved Dad. I think I love him more now than I did before. Billy smiled. Well, that's good. Better late than never. He was always a good father to you. But not always a great husband to Mom. I suppose he wasn't perfect. That's why I'm here, Adam said after a silent moment. I'm trying to figure out who killed him. Uncle Billy had been reaching for the whiskey bottle, but then stopped and said, What are you talking about? Dad's death. I know it's been 21 years, but I feel like no one cares anymore. Uncle Billy just stared, as if he were trying to make sense of Adam's words. Then he said, I see what you're doing. Adam didn't respond. You got me, little man. He sighed, then said, I killed your father. Chapter 53. Adam felt pressure build in his chest. His intestines grew hot. What? He croaked. That's what you're getting at, right? I supplied him with drugs, or that I tempted him with a destructive lifestyle? Adam sighed with relief. I never thought you killed him. Good, because I didn't kill him. Then who did? Adam shouted, matching his uncle's tone. Adam, your dad. He killed himself. Adam felt a sharp pain in his temples. It was like a bomb had gone off in his head. The pressure built over the next few seconds, migrating to his forehead. A door had just opened in his mind. The other him, the one he'd seen ice skating in the playroom, suddenly made sense. He'd said he was tired of being ignored. Adam instantly remembered everything. Are you okay, little man? Uncle Billy asked. Yeah, headache. I completely forgot that Dad killed himself. In fact, I somehow convinced myself he'd been murdered. His headache grew in intensity. He screwed a lot of people over in his lifetime. It weighed on his conscience when he was alone. I don't know if you remember, but he drank a lot just to get to sleep at night. Adam eyed Billy's whiskey glass. This, Billy said as he held it up, is for fun. I have no regrets. Adam nodded absently. He wasn't listening. How could he have possibly deluded himself to that extent? He vaguely remembered his mom telling him, when he was 14, that Dad had killed himself. She'd spared him the details, though. I have to go, he said. Flight to catch. Billy walked him to the door. I hope you found what you were looking for. Don't let another 20 years go by. He trailed off, but Adam got the gist. I'll try to visit more often. Adam trudged up the steep yard and got into his rental. He heard a rustling in his pocket and suddenly remembered what it was before he pulled it out. It was the note from Courtney, whom he suddenly remembered seeing on the plane. The note, which had been blank when he last looked at it, had writing on it now. It confirmed what he'd just learned. Chapter 54. Tori sat at the computer, but she didn't play World of Warcraft as she usually did. Now she was searching for something. After her discussion with Adam, she decided to track down Amelia's husband, if he truly was alive. But first, she needed to figure out what his name was, or at least where he lived. She got a little clever by remembering what Amelia had told her about Walmart. She remembered the woman telling her that she always grabbed a baseball bat from the sports section to scare off the people she thought were following her. She hoped that maybe there was an incident that made it to the news. And there it was. There was a tiny story in the local paper about a woman who beat up a man in a Walmart down the street from Adams Mall. It mentioned her husband, Herbert Mancini, bailing her out of jail. Tori then looked up Mr. Mancini and found his address. It was pretty close, in Haltom City. She wrote it down and looked at her watch. 5 p.m. "Hey," Kendall said after walking through the front door. "Where the hell is Adam?" "Beats me." "We haven't gone to the Angelica in a while." He eyed her up and down. "I don't suppose you'd want to go with me." "After that last movie you dragged me to? No thanks." "What was that again?" Tori thought about it for a moment. "That original Japanese version of The Grudge." "Oh, yeah, Ju-on. You didn't like it?" "Hell no, it was too scary." "I thought you were braver than that," Kendall said as he went upstairs to his room. Tori found the house easily enough. She decided to go as soon as possible before she lost her nerve. The house was a 2-story brick monstrosity. She parked in front of it and went to the front door. There was a wooden bench directly to her left, taking up most of the tiny front porch. She rang the doorbell. After a minute, a bald man answered. "Yes," he said warily. "Mr. Mancini? My name is Tori. I'm a friend of your wife." "My wife?" He opened the door further. "Where is she?" "She's at the North Chase Mall. She's been living there for a while." Mr. Mancini stood there, digesting what she'd just told him, Tori guessed. "Okay, thank you." He started to close the door, but Tori put her hand on it. "That's it? Are you going to go get her?" "No," he said, as if that were obvious. "Why should I?" "Because she's your wife. She thinks you're dead." "She thinks a lot of things," he said heatedly. "She's not well. It's up to her whether or not she comes back. She just left one night after we had a fight, wouldn't even listen to me, barely even let me speak." "So you just let her disappear?" Tori asked, disgusted. "She said she wanted a divorce. I assumed she didn't want me anymore. She said awful things to me that night. I just figured she needed time. I didn't know she was living in a mall." "Do you still love her?" Mr. Mancini slowly nodded his head. "I love her, and I want to help her. But she has to come back on her own. If there's one thing about Amelia, it's that you can't make her do what she doesn't want to do." He closed the door without another word. Adam stood on the back porch, staring at the canopied parking spots that lined the back of his side of the townhouses. It was March, and the weather was much warmer, the snow completely melted now. He hadn't been back to Tabritz in over a week, and wasn't sure if he ever wanted to go back. It truly frightened him that, for 20 years, he'd forgotten that his father had committed suicide. Had the suicide been traumatic for him? Or did he have some sort of mental illness like Amelia? "Hey there," Tori said beside him. "Hey, girlie. What are you up to?" "Nothing much. While you were gone, I tracked down Amelia's husband, seeing if he'll take her back." Adam looked at her. "Seriously? Nice job." "Hardly. He said he didn't leave her. She left him. So it's up to her if she wants to come back." "I'll talk to her," he said dreamily. He could see cars passing by on the street far away, on the other side of the townhouses. A plane flew far overhead. "You okay?" Tori asked. "My dad killed himself," Adam blurted out. He hadn't told her what he'd found out. "I remembered last week. I'd been repressing it for a long time, and then it just came back to me one day. It was awful. My subconscious tried to warn me, said I was ignoring it. I asked it to tell me what happened to my dad, but it refused. I guess it wanted me to unlock it on my own. That didn't make it any less painful, though.
I'm sorry, Adam.
Thanks. He sighed and stood up. I need to take a nap before work. Chapter 55. Adam celebrated Christmas twice within 3 months, once in 2016, and then again in 1990. He sat on the floor of the playroom, staring at the very real tree. Pine needles puddled the floor under it. It was 4 a.m, and his parents were still asleep. He'd woken up a few minutes ago and made his way to the tree. But, of course, he hadn't really woken up, just his young avatar. Old Adam had booked an appointment with Tabret, just like usual, but this time was different. He'd brought something with him this time. He wasn't sure if it would even work, but he'd decided to try bringing the gift he'd bought at Spencer's Gifts. He'd wrapped it in an airtight freezer bag and brought it with him into the tub. By this point, Tabret had let him travel without supervision. He was delighted to see the gift had come with him. He was holding it when he woke up. Now he sat on the cold floor, wrapping it with leftover wrapping paper. If memory served, he'd already gotten his mom a Stephen King novel in the original 1990, and had gotten his dad a dumb tie. He threw away the tie and replaced it with the new gift. An hour later, Mom and Dad woke up and everyone opened their presents. Mom loved the book, and Dad absolutely loved his gift. A Beetlejuice watch. "Adam, where did you get this? It's great." Dad quickly put it on, then looked at his son. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Adam wiped away the tears and hugged his dad. "I love you," he whispered. "I always will, no matter what." Dad hugged him back. "I love you too, son." Chapter 56. Adam was still crying when he climbed out of the tub. He'd had to take one that was set up in one of the bedrooms, so there was less privacy than what the bathroom provided. He grabbed a towel and dried himself off as quickly as he could, looking around at the other tubs set about the room. He hoped he could get dressed before another person came back. Just as he was about to leave the room, he heard sloshing from one of the tubs behind him. "You're in a hurry," a female voice said. He turned around reluctantly. He'd met a few other customers over the past month, but had never really talked to one before. He just wanted to go home, but he also didn't want to be rude. "Hi," he said to the girl. "How are you today?" The girl wrapped a towel around her waist, but not her breasts. Adam averted his eyes. She noticed. "Hey, if you can show your nipples, then so can I." "But I'm not showing mine. I'm wearing a shirt." "I just got back," she yelled playfully. She grabbed her clothes from beside the tub and started dressing. "I'm Chris." "Adam, nice to meet you." He looked at a tub by a window on the left as another person emerged. A guy. Adam averted his eyes again. "Oh, hello," the new guy said with an English accent. "I guess we all set the same alarm." It took Adam a second to realize the man had made a joke. "Hey, can I ask you guys something?" Chris and the guy nodded. "What do you know about Tabret?" "That she's a godsend," Chris said. "I was so close to killing myself before I met her. Now I get to relive happier times. It's like a drug, except free and harmless." "I agree," Adam said. "But, I mean, what do you know about her personally? I tried asking her what she does with the bath water after we're done, and she got defensive." "I talked with other people about that," the guy said, "and I think she uses our memories for dreams because she can't dream on her own." "I heard she was an alien," Chris said. "That Earth is just a tiny bubble world in some giant's bucket, and that Tabret is one of those giants who likes to visit these bubble worlds every now and then." Adam found that interesting. Thinking of planets as bubbles in some alien's bucket tickled his imagination. He was reminded of the closing shot from Men in Black, where it was revealed that the galaxy was inside an alien's marble. Another thought occurred to him. He'd been too afraid to ask Tabret for some reason, but he felt he could ask his fellow travelers. "Hey, have you guys had any strange dreams about giant eyeballs?" Chris and the English guy had been talking among themselves, the guy still naked, but with that question, they stared at him silently. "Have you?" Chris asked ominously. "Yes." "That's the eye of the Cry Mother," the guy said reverently. "The what of the who now?" "The Cry Mother," Chris said. "That's what we call the entity in the space between space. The only reason it would take an interest is if you saw it. Did you take your eye mask off while traveling?" "No." "Are you sure? Why else would you see the Cry Mother in your dream? It was looking for you." "I don't know. I just found out about this thing 10 seconds ago. How do you know about it?" "Another guy mentioned it a while ago," Chris said. "He told Tabret. He doesn't come around here anymore." Adam gulped. "Can you guys keep this to yourself?" he asked his new friends. They nodded. Then they jumped. Adam knew why. He turned around and saw Tabret standing in the doorway. "What's going on here?" she asked. Chris and the English guy went back to dressing, leaving Adam alone with the woman. I found out who killed my dad," he said. "I accomplished what I set out to do. I just wanted to see him one last time. I'm not sure I'll be coming around as much." "That's sad to hear," she said, though she didn't sound like she meant it. He wasn't sure he did either. Chapter 57. After seeing Rosie off, Adam immediately began his rounds. His head hurt from the long nap he'd taken before he came in. Something was wrong. He could feel it. There was a thick tension in the air. He had his cell phone on him in case he needed to call the police. He walked past the movie theater and saw the gate was still partially open. He searched it, but couldn't find Amelia anywhere. Eventually, he found himself in front of a theater of a different kind, a playhouse. The mall played host to a community theater group. The entrance looked grand, with intricate wooden doors and fake lanterns set up on either side. There were posters advertising Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. He was about to turn around and continue his circuit when he noticed the wood was splintered around the doorknobs of the playhouse's entrance. He pulled the door open and shined his flashlight inside. This was the one suite he'd had the most trouble with since he started working here. The actors were always leaving a door open, and he'd had to call the police many times for it. He was about to chalk this up to another goof by the actors when he noticed something strange. He turned off the flashlight once he realized it wasn't needed. There were candles everywhere in the small lobby. There was another set of double doors in front of him, so he opened them. A fairly large stage loomed ahead, lit by even more candles. There were no chairs in which to sit, and Adam found himself drawn down the aisle to the stage. Some people were there. They were all dead. Numbly, he counted 7, men and women. Some of them had been decapitated. When Adam looked down, he saw 3 heads by his feet. He recognized one of them as Amelia's. Adam stood outside the mall with Wally and the police as the emergency team wheeled out the numerous bodies that were found in the playhouse. Adam answered all the questions the cops asked, though it felt like someone else was talking, using his voice. He barely remembered what he even said. He had never even tried to help Amelia, and now she was dead. But she didn't have to be. Adam suddenly thought of something he could do, something he had to do, that would fix this. But he had to get to Tabret's house before she found out what happened here. If she knew, she might not let him go back. He drove to Cleburne as fast as he could. Since it was late, the freeway was blessedly free of traffic. He got to her house around 3 a.m., wondering if Tabbert would even let him travel. He didn't have an appointment, and she had been pretty strict about that. She answered the door after a solid minute of knocking. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I need to go back one more time. It's an emergency." She studied him for a moment. "Why are you so hopped up? You on drugs?" "No, I just forgot to do something in the past. I wanted to bury some toys so that I could dig them up now. I tried finding them online, but they're, nearly $1,000. That's not against the rules, is it?" He'd come up with the lie on the spot and was quite proud of himself. "I guess not," Tabbert said as she backed up to allow him in. "The bathroom is free." "Thanks." He walked slowly to the bathroom down the hall. He didn't want to run for fear of drawing Tabbert's attention any more than he already had. He closed the door, got quickly undressed, then took a sleep mask from a box on the toilet tank. He awoke on his bed, his TV on, but the volume turned down. He suddenly remembered where he was and what he needed to do. Jumping to his feet, Adam checked the time on his alarm clock. It was 10 p.m. He grabbed his car keys and ran downstairs. Tori was sitting at the computer in the corner. She looked at him quickly. "What's up?" she asked worriedly. "Nothing, just have to do something." He was out the door before she could ask another question. He got in his truck and drove away from the townhouse, following his usual route to the mall. It was a long road with numerous stoplights, a road he always hated to use every day, but he especially hated it now. Especially since that damn train was broken down again. "Piece of shit!" he screamed until his throat felt like it had a knife in it. At least a dozen cars were piled up at the track. Adam did a U-turn and took the route he had last time this happened. He made it to the mall 10 minutes later. Chapter 58. It didn't take Adam long to find one of Rosie's trademark open doors. He snuck into the mall and made his way to the playhouse. The candles were set up, like before, and the long dead bodies were spread about, but something was different. Amelia sat on a chair on the stage, and she was alive. Adam ran up to her and saw she was tied to the chair with rope. Duct tape covered her mouth. He removed it. "Are you okay?" he whispered. Her eyes were wide with fear. "He's going to kill me." "No, he won't. Not this time." A slow, loud clap startled him. It came from somewhere on the stage, but he only saw the bodies, arranged in various poses and held up by mannequin stands. Another clap. Slow applause. A man walked onto the stage. He wore baggy dark clothes and a hood that hid his face. "You aren't supposed to be here for another couple of hours," a raspy voice said. "And even then, don't you usually take a nap in the bathroom? That's when I usually do my best work." "Who are you?" Adam asked, shielding Amelia. He'd loosened her ropes enough that she was able to slowly get out of them without much movement. "I'm the person who rids this mall of vermin. I've been doing it for decades. Even now that the mall is closing, I still do my job. I take care of this place." The realization hit Adam. "Bob?" The man removed the hood to reveal that it was, in fact, Bob. "I was trying to find the right time to burn this mall down. I've been making a list of people I wanted to spare. Rosie and Wally are good. But you? I could never get a beat on you. I checked in every now and then, even talked to your little friend. I just didn't see anything special in you, so I figured I would do this during your shift." "Do what?" Adam asked. And then Bob kicked a few of the candles over. The stage immediately caught fire. Amelia jumped to her feet. Adam turned to grab a fire extinguisher, but before he could take 2 steps, he was grabbed from behind and thrown through the air. He landed hard on the wooden stage, onto a pool of blood. He was separated from Bob by a wall of flame. He was also surrounded by bodies. He stood up and saw Bob run out the exit. Amelia helped him to his feet. They looked around for another exit and found themselves backstage a moment later. They were on a landing, looking down into a fairly large room full of props. Everything appeared to be made of wood. They ran down the steps and made their way through a cluttered room. When they finally made it to the exit that led out to one of the mall's many corridors, they found it wouldn't budge. It wasn't locked, so it must have been blocked from the other side. They turned back toward the stairs and saw the landing on fire. They couldn't go back that way. He and Amelia were trapped in a room full of flammable material. They were going to die. Adam looked up at the sprinklers in the ceiling. Why weren't they activating? It took only a second to figure it out. It took only a second longer to realize Bob had been planning this very night for a while. Adam remembered how someone had been tampering with the water pressure throughout the mall. It had been this man all along. He didn't want the sprinklers to save the mall when the time came. He would have burned it down during the initial timeline had Adam not stumbled upon the bodies and called the cops. But there were other ways to put out a fire. Adam looked around for a fire extinguisher. The one he found was empty. He dropped it and looked around again. He found a lot of costumes. They were stacked on racks in the middle of the room. He quickly went through them and found a purple cape that was thankfully flame retardant. Adam draped it over Amelia and himself and raced back up the stairs. He wasn't sure how bad the fire had become, but he knew he couldn't stay where he was. Surely he would catch on fire the moment he made his move. He had to take that chance, though. Adam counted to 3 and ran ahead. He made it to a clear patch of stage and looked around. The bodies were on fire. Adam nearly vomited at the sight and smell, but managed to keep himself calm. The closest flames pointed at him like accusing fingers, but did not make contact. Running through the maze of fire, he managed to get off the stage. Most of the candles had tipped over, adding fuel to the inferno, but Adam made it to the exit. Surprisingly, it was not blocked. He took a deep breath of fresh air in the Playhouse's lobby and immediately saw Bob through one of the windows, staring and waving. Adam ran to the broken entrance. The doors would not open. He kicked and jumped at them. He ran back to the window to see Bob still standing there. Smoke started pouring from the auditorium, so Adam closed the doors to buy himself some time. He then grabbed a chair and hurled it at the window. Bob didn't even flinch as the chair bounced off. That glass was stronger than it looked. Bob waved and then ran off. Adam wrapped the cloak around Amelia once again, and then he charged the window without hesitation. He heard and felt shattered glass. Chapter 59. Flashing lights appeared outside the mall. It was like a replay of what had happened after Adam had found the bodies the first time. Only this time, Amelia was alive. Wally stood next to him, watching the mall burn. Firefighters worked hard to put it out. Emergency personnel tended to Amelia this time, rather than wheeling her corpse out on a stretcher. Overall, it was a good day. "The police are already at Bob's house," Wally said. "It's only a matter of time before they catch him." "Adam," a female voice said behind him. He turned and saw Tori standing there with a bald man he didn't recognize. "This is Amelia's husband." The man shook Adam's hand. "She's over there," Adam said as he pointed to an ambulance a few feet away. "Thank you," the man said, then walked over to his wife. She seemed startled to see him. Then she cried and hugged him. Adam cried too. Tori rubbed his back. "I was almost too late," he said through sobs. "But you weren't," Tori said. "You were just in time. You saved her." Adam had been on time, hadn't he? He had to remind himself he was in the past. It wasn't 1990, but it was still the past, and it was time to go back. "Miller, I want to come back," he whispered. He knew he was in trouble as soon as he removed the sleep mask. Tabret was standing over him, her arms crossed. "What did you do?" she asked. "And don't you dare mention anything about toys." There was no use lying. She clearly knew something. "I had to, Tabret. This woman died because I didn't believe her. I had to save her." "Adam, you broke the rules." She pulled him out of the tub. He covered his shame. "I'm afraid you can't come back here anymore." "Are you serious? I just saved a life. She only died a few hours ago. It can't possibly affect the universe that much." "When you do stuff like this, Adam, you attract the attention of something you don't want knowing about you." They were outside the bathroom now. "You mean the Cry Mother?" Tabret stopped dragging him. "What do you know about that?" He didn't answer. He simply stood there with his clothes in his arms. "You've seen it, haven't you?" "I don't know," he said quietly. "I think so, but I never took off my eye mask." Tabret shook her head slowly. "You can never come back here again, Adam. I'm sorry." "Why not? What is this Cry Mother? Who came up with that stupid name? What are you?" "I'm an alien," she said bluntly. "I'm an angel. I'm from another world that looks down on this world in a petri dish from a microscope." Adam was stunned by the torrent of words. "You're the Joker," he whispered. "Excuse me?" She calmed down a bit. "The Joker. He kept giving different reasons for how he got the scars on his face. Not all of them could be true, but at least one of them probably was. Is that the case with you?" She didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed his arm again and started dragging him toward the kitchen door. But he wouldn't allow it. He wrenched his arm from her grasp and ran back to the bathroom. He closed and locked the door, then jumped into the tub. He forgot to grab a mask, so he closed his eyes tight, then pulled the drain plug. He wasn't planning on coming back. Not until he took care of some business. He wanted to help Ollie, to prevent him from going down his deadly path. He wanted to find and kill Bob before he could kill all those people at the mall. And if he had time, he would keep his father from committing suicide. Fuck the universe. Adam had made a significant change by saving Amelia from death. He could do it again. Tabret managed to get the door open, but it was too late. The tub was completely empty. No water, no time-traveling liquid, and no Adam Young. Oh boy, that's a first. This has been Crying in Dreams, written and read by Jerry Hart.